It's 5. Here we go today. Last day, fast day. At this time, if you are able, I'd ask that you please stand. As this morning, I had the privilege of introducing two folks who have dedicated their lives to helping others. Jason Page has been in competitive swimming almost his entire life. He started in the year 2000 as the head coach of the New Canaan YMCA in Connecticut, Caymans, if I remember correctly, Jason. And then in 2012, I can't believe it's been 14 years, you took over the job at the Y of the West, YMCA Regional Western Connecticut, up in Danbury, Connecticut, where he is the director of competitive aquatics. He's going to tell us a little story today, but also with him is his wife, Katie Jan Page. Now, Katie started her coaching career back at Trihampton, where my kids were on the swim team. I don't mean to age you, but my children were on the swim team. I won't tell you how old they are now. But something in particular, Katie now works with the Regional Y Western Connecticut, and she runs a special needs program. So let's hear it for Jason and Katie, who have a wonderful story to tell you.
Good morning, everybody. As we get ready to begin the final day of competition, I'd like to ask all of you, swimmers, coaches, officials, and parents, to take a moment and think about the people you're here with, your family, your teammates, your colleagues, and your friends. It can easily be argued that the relationships we've built through our shared commitment to this sport is one of the most important parts of our time spent in and around the pool. Great swims and disappointing swims come and go. Hard practices, team trips, long car rides, and the countless hours spent at the pool waiting to compete or to cheer your swimmer on all eventually fade into memory. But what endures are the relationships we build along the way through opportunities like these YMCA National Championships. I've been blessed to make lifelong friends through this sport as an athlete, as a coach, and as a parent. Most importantly, this sport has given me my most treasured relationships. I met the woman standing next to me at the 2006 Long Course YMCA National Championships in College Park, Maryland. We met on the pool deck while waiting for our swimmers to compete, and not a single day has gone by since then that we haven't spoken. In just a few days, we'll celebrate our 18th wedding anniversary.
20 years ago, I stood on the pool deck at YMCA Long Course Nationals as a coach for a team from Bucks County, the Trihampton YMCA. I had never experienced YMCA swimming as an athlete, so it was all new to me. What stood out wasn't just the fast swimming, it was the sportsmanship, the respect, the encouragement, and the love for the sport. What I didn't know then was that this meet would change my life. Today, I'm back on this pool deck, not as a coach, but as the wife of an amazing coach, and a proud parent of a swimmer competing here, and another son who hopes to be here in the next couple of years. YMCA Nationals is about so much more than swimming. It's about the friendships we build, the values we learn, and the moments that shape our lives in ways we never expect.
Katie and I are incredibly blessed to be here with both of our boys, along with our friends, colleagues, and swimmers, continuing to build meaningful relationships and share in this amazing experience. As we make our final preparations for today, I encourage you to take one more look at the people standing beside you, your teammates, your friends, and your family. They are the real reason we do what we do. Please bow your heads in prayer. Lord, thank you for the gift of this sport and even more importantly, for the people it has brought into our lives. Help us to recognize the strength we receive through our families, teammates, colleagues, and friends. Bless each of us with a safe, joyful, and meaningful final day of competition. May we compete with gratitude, support one another with kindness, and always remember that the relationships we build are far more lasting than the results on the scoreboard. Amen.
Jason and Katie, thank you very much. An inspiring message. And at this time, I ask that you please remain standing if you are able. Gentlemen, please remove your hats. Veterans, you may salute as we honor the United States of America and those that serve to support our freedoms with the playing of our national anthem. Outdoor pool is now open. Outdoor pool is now open. Just a quick thank you to the 7 coaches. There have been 7 coaches that have assumed responsibility, caring, respect, and honesty for athletes who had come here without a coach. Thank you to the 7 coaches reflecting those Y core values while taking those swimmers who unfortunately weren't able to have a coach here and making them part of their team. Thank you, coaches. Once again, outdoor pool is now open.
It is time to get this last day, fast day party started. We are starting with the Splash and Dash Event 501 Women's 50-meter Freestyle. We will have 10 heats. This is Heat 1. Madam Referee. In lane 1, Elisa Probeski. Lane 2, Chloe Welsh. Lane 3, Riley Rittner. Lane 4, Maya Freeman. Lane 5, Kenzie Ford. Lane 6, Lydia Gent. Lane 7, Mia Bland. Lane 8, Nora Aulis. And in lane 9, Callie Hayes. National record 24.87. Also the championship meet record. In Heat 1, setting the time to beat, it's going to be Nora Aulis in lane 8, 28-12. Heat 2. In lane 2, Hazel Wright. Lane 3, Abby Westnedge. Lane 4, Lola Durr. Lane 5, Candace Chidester. Lane 6, Grace Wagner. 7, Elizabeth Young. 8, Layla Hammer. Lane 9, Reese Biggie. Lane 10, Zoe Palmer. 28-10 in the first heat. Over in lane 1. Lane 2, Hazel Wright, 28-11. Heat 3. In lane 1, Charlie Carlton. Lane 2, birthday girl Cassidy Gifford. Lane 3, Alex Taylor. Lane 4, Amira Washington. 5, Penny Richardson. 6, Addison Schwelm. 7, Lulu Bernard. 8, Casey DeMuth. 9, Haley Rittenhouse. 10, Nora Shearer. (28:11) fastest time so far. Lane 7, Lulu Bernard, 27:94. Heat 4. Lane 1, Kylie Sampson. 2, Zoe Igon. 3, Caitlin Davis. 4, Amelia Lago. Lane 5, Julia Iskamboli. 7, Gabby Bulowitz. 6, Gabby. Lane 7, Stormy Road. Lane 8, Katie Wilson. Lane 9, Kennedy Hodges. Lane 10, Jenna Downey. And getting to that wall first, lane 9, Kennedy Hodges, 28:47. Heat 5. Lane 1, Kaylee Holler. Lane 2, Mackenzie Heron. Lane 3, Caroline Quinn. Lane 4, Charlie McCarness. Lane 5, Caroline Jewell. Lane 7, Amelia Meehan. Lane 8, Samantha Pagliaro. Lane 9, Genevieve Cosby. Lane 10, Maddie Nuremberg. 27:94 is still the fastest time. Outside smoke. Missed the time. Heat 6. Lane 1, Addison Betts. Lane 2, Sophia Fragulia. Lane 3, Emma Esser. Lane 4, Cora Ackridge. Lane 5, Caitlin Martin. Lane 6, Caroline Moore. 7, Sophie Bussey. Lane 8, Ella Wang. Lane 9, Abby Bushnell. Lane 10, Liv Pittenger.
We need a coach from the Westfield Y to the time trial table, please. Coach from the Westfield YMCA to the time trial table, please.
Lane 6, Caroline Moore, 27.83. Heat 7. Lane 1, Molly Hunsinger. Lane 2, Sadie Nahas. Lane 3, Millen Ferrier. Lane 4, Olivia Kay. Lane 5, Gracie Ziegler. Lane 6, Claire Murphy. Lane 7, Erin Purdy. Lane 8, Eleanor Hardy. Lane 9, Annabella Glode. And lane 10, Grace Perrone. Looks like maybe lane 5 down there. Lane 6, Claire Murphy, 27.43. Heat 8. Lane 1, Bryn Pontius. Lane 2, Maria Portorio. Lane 3, Megan Lucier. Lane 4, Campbell Lang. 5, Isabel Schroeder. 6, Vaheda Condor-Tira. Lane 7, Sarah Wall. 8, Kylie McIyer. 9, Kate Chelsea. And in lane 10, Calix Barden. This is the first of our seeded heats. Lane 5, Isabel Schroeder, 27.33. Heat 9. Lane 1, Anna Durant. Lane 2, Nika Nzina. Lane 3, Morgan Peterson. 4, Catherine Kennedy. 5, Bryn Lewis. 6, Hania Yargon. Lane 7, Maddie Van der Weegen. Lane 8, Zamora Del Rosio. 9, Maren Brooks. Lane 10, Lizzie Downey. And touching first, lane 5, 27-12 for Bryn Lewis. This is your final heat, Heat 10. Lane 1, Phoebe Conklin. Lane 2, Ting Ting Lu. 3, Ansley Brinkman. 4, Jesse Wolf. 5, Sydney Vandebo. 7, Camden Drend. 8, Gabriel Williamson. 9, Kaylee Smith. And in 10, Etta Yonke. 27-12, fastest time so far. And it's going to be Sydney Vandebo, 27-04. We will have women's qualifiers for you shortly. Continuing our splash and dash on last day, fast day, event 502, men's 50-meter freestyle. 14 heats, this is heat 1. Mr. Referee. Lane 4, Owen DeBosi. Lane 5, Wilson Nussbaum. Lane 6, Ryan Schneering. Last year for the 50 free, 26-6 made the C final, 26-3 made the B final, 25-9 made the A final. And in Heat 1, Owen DeBosi, 26-10. Heat 2. In lane 1, that is Brady Chubbuck. Lane 2, Joaquin Medina. Lane 3, Alfred Zhang. Lane 7, Rec Pool. Lane 8, Maxwell Couture. And in lane 9, Weston Rudge. Looks like we have outside smoke in lane 1. Maybe lane 7 here. Who touches first? Lane 1, Brady Chubbuck, 25-59. Heat 3. Lane 1, Andrew Mims. Lane 2, Pat Loshar and Sari. Lane 3, Aaron Washington. 4, Andrew Fulton. 5, Zachary Katong. 6, Jude Prasnoff. 7, Dylan Mora. 8, Tig Weiss. 9, Travis Irvin. Dietrich Scheel in lane 10. 25-5-9, fastest so far. Taking heat 3, it's going to be Aaron Washington, 25-29. Heat 4. Lane 1, Wesley Ross. 2, Jack Wolf. 3, Alex Giangi. Lane 4, Jackson Durgee. 5, Isaiah Greenlee. 6, Evan Menakis. 7, Sebastian Medina. 8, Aiden Fuller. 9, Logan White. 10, Hunter Keene. (25-29) fastest so far. Outside smoke, Hunter Keene, 25-42. Heat 5. Lane 1, Kevin Ward. 2, Dylan Almeida. 3, John Peterson. 4, Ian O'Toole. 5, Luke Farkas. Lane 6, Raf Bellarina. 7, Marvelous Ushiati. 8, Benjamin Mell. 9, Will Bilodeau. Lane 10, Oscar Wu. Lane 4, Ian O'Toole, 25-14, new fastest time. Heat 6. Lane 1, Tyler Swoka. Lane 2, Akil Hamid. Lane 3, Liam Quayle. Lane 4, Hunter Javier. Lane 5, Ezra Abagoli. Lane 6, Owen Smith. Joey Buffa, 7. 8, Jacob Sutton. 9, McCade Ward. Lane 10, Jack Cotton. Lane 6, Owen Smith, 25-56. Heat 7.
Preliminary results of the women's 50-meter freestyle. Your alternates for the D final: Martin and me, and eligible to swim in the D final: Downey, Betts, Ferrer, Glode, Olis, Wright, Ziegler, Jewell, Hunsiger, Fregula. Alternates for the C final: Olis and Wright. Eligible to swim in the C final: Wall, Wang, and Enzania, Holler, Del Rosario, Yonke, Ponterero, Liu, Brooks, and Rittenhouse.
Lane 7, Jax Garrett, 25-35 to take that heat. Heat 8.
Continuing with the women's 50-meter preliminary results. Eligible swimmer to be found: Pontius, Nahas, Bernard, Moore, Smith, Conjatera, Lucier, Williamson, Drind, and Akridge. Eligible swimmer in tonight's championship final: Murphy, Vanderwegen, Peterson, Wolf, Lewis, Jernigan, Schroeder, Kennedy, Lang, and your top qualifier with the time of 27:04 from Jersey Shore, Sydney Vanderbo. The time is 9:16. You have 30 minutes to declare your intentions to scratch.
Cracking the 25-second barrier. Heat 9. One, Michael Kerr. 2, Ozzie Andrews. 3, Chase Woodward. 4, Caleb McIntyre. 5, Joseph Griffin. 6, Brian May. 7, Dima Fedorov. 8, Elijah McDowell. Sam Rodriguez. 9, Aaron Zelby. 10. Grady Miles cracked 25 in the last heat. 24:80, Elijah McDonald in lane 8. Heat 10. One, Joseph Smith. 2, Arcady Muller. Lane 3, Nathan Kyer. 4, Hirsch Iyer. 5, Julian Adu. 6, James Kavanaugh. 7, Meta Osbus. 8, Nick Rocco. 9, Luke Olin. And in lane 10, Emery Moore. 24.80, fastest so far.
Pocono, coach from Pocono to the time trial table, please. Coach from Pocono to the time trial.
Hirsch Iyer, 25:10 to take heat 10. Heat 11. Lane 1, Ty Weaver. 2, Turner Willem. 3, Parker Davis. 4, Liza Krukar. 5, David Kavansky. 6, Cole Wilson. 7, Giovanni Marcioni. 8, Craig Rydberg. 9, Mika Frank. 10, Henry Hutton.
Once again, the coach from the Pocono Family YMCA to the time trial table, please. Thank you.
Outside smoke, Henry Hutton, 24:67. Heat 12. Lane 1, Will Klosterman. 2, Lincoln Anise. 3, Christian Sanchez Gomez. 4, Dominic Impens. 5, Christopher Wasco. 6, Noah Spivey. 7, Sam Villano. Lane 8, Jack Thompson. 9, Levy Smith. Lane 10, Patrick Hines. 24:67. We are into our seeded heats now. Touching first, that's Christopher Wasco, 24:09. Heat 13. One, Michael Metz. 2, Andy Barger. 3, Luke Minery. 4, Maddox Turns. 5, Dominic Gaddy. 6, Liam Fletchford. 7, Sebastian Tith. 8, Harrison Lee. 9, Andrew Peterson. 10, Connor Azell. 24:09, fastest so far. Second of our circle seeded heat. And it's going to be lane 4. Maddox Turns, 24:05. This is the final heat, heat 14. Lane 1, Jonathan Richardson. 2, Joshua Seaton. 3, Seth Morgan. 4, Luke Hammond. 5, Jimmy Beeson. 6, Charles O'Hara. 7, Sam Cave. 8, Liam Kai. Lane 9, Ian Lanier. Lane 10, Gabe DeVizia. And in our final heat, touching first, Jimmy Beeson, 23.95. That will be the top seed tonight. We will have those results for you shortly. We need the timers. Timers, please start making your way to the other end of the pool. Thank you.
All right, we'll put our hands together for all of those sprinters. How about that? The splash and dash 50-meter freestyle. We'll have those men's results out here momentarily as we work our way through the women's 200-meter individual medley. All right, put your hands together for those timers. Here they go. Right there, look at them all. Thank you for your volunteer support timers as they make their way to our start end. Pocono to the time child table, please. Pocono family-wide, time child, Mike Wahlberg. All righty, here we go. Women's 200-meter individual medley. Your national record set in 2024, 2:14.94. Emily Thompson from Greater Somerset County. Your championship record, 2:16.18, is also held by Emily Thompson from Greater Somerset County. 7 heats in total. This will be heat number 1, Mr. Referee. Out of lane number 1 is Ellery Hayes, Chambersburg. Lane number 2 from Summit, Jules McGrath. Lane number 3 from Umley, Grace Zhang. 4 from South Shore, Sam Noble. Maisie Schaefer from Central Bucks is in 5. Charlotte Rowland, Lakeland Hills 6. Alexia Davis, Lakeland Hills 7. Mia Lake, Greater Somerset County in 8. And Sadie Nahas, she's out there in lane number 9 from York and York County. And out first, that's Alexia Davies at 32.54. Going out. What did it take to get back to the C final last year out of the prelims? You had to go 2:29.76. Into the B final last year, 2:28.38. And to get one of those pressures, 10 lanes in your championship final, you were 2:25.75. That was last year. We'll see how they line up this year as we work our way up to the halfway mark here in heat number 1. And that's Charlotte Rowland going 39.09 on her back. She's 1:11.71 right now. And here come our breaststrokers. there in lane number 3. Keep your eye on Grace Zhang, the 14-year-old from Upper Mainline. He was a championship finalist in the 200 breaststroke earlier this week. And it's still, now it's Alexia Davis, and also a championship final in the breaststrokes. She's at 155.25, pushing for home. And is running third. Ellery Hayes up there from Chambersburg, making a charge for the Chargers. But it still looks like it's going to be Alexia Davies and her teammate now moving up. Charlotte Rowland, but it's Davies, Nahas, and then Rowland out of the top heat. Heat 2. Heat 2 is 7 now in the water. Megan Nedich from Ridley's in 1. Allison Boynton, South Shore in 2. Adeline Bender, Jersey Shore in 3. Quinn Koch, Lakeland Hills in 4. Addison Dispo, second at 50 and 100 back from off to Westchester in the fall. She's in 5. Savannah Urives, 7th and 100 breast from Jersey Shores in 6. Taylor Leishman, 3rd and 100 free, 2nd and 2 back, 4th and 100 free from Wyckoff is in 7. Riley Horgan, Wyckoff 8. Sarah McGann, soon to be a Towson Tiger in 9. It was Bender out 31-36. That's your fastest split so far. Again, going to be a Towson Tiger from Ridley in 9. Caitlin Knowles from New Canaan. Happy birthday to that coach at New Canaan. Oh, it's tomorrow. I'm sorry, you'll be 29 tomorrow, coach.
We have the qualifiers for the men's 50-meter freestyle. Swimming in the D final heat, Michael Kerr, Chase Woodward, Ty Weaver, Oliver Neff, Rowan Walker, Jackson Durgee, Giovanni Marcioni, Jax Garrett, Aaron Washington, and Emery Moore. We will have a swim-off for 30th place. That swim-off will be Ian Lanier, Elias Krukar, and Turner Wyan. In 29th, Jack Thompson, Will Klosterman, 28, 27, Levi Smith, 26, Andy Barger, 25, Harrison Lee, Jonathan Richardson, 24, Grady Miles, 23, 22, Michael Metz, and 21, Joshua Seaton. Those are your C Heat finalists. B Heat finalists, Brian May, Christian Chan, Ches Gomez, Elijah McDowell, Liam Kai, Liam Fletcher Ford, Henry Hutton, Dominic Impens, Noah Spivey, Sebastian Tiff, Lincoln Anise. I'll have the A finalists after this heat.
And it will be out of heat number 2. That's Savannah Orvis, followed by Leishman, and then Horgan. Savannah at 2:30.02. Heat 3.
Here are your A Heat finalists. Men's 50-meter freestyle. 10, Luke Hammond. 9, Luke Minery. Lane 8, Seth Morgan. 7, Sam Valino. 6, Domingo Gotti. Lane 5, Sam Cave. Lane 4, finishing 4th, Charles O'Hara. 3rd, Christopher Wasco. 2nd, Maddox Turns. Your top qualifier tonight for the men's 50 freestyle, Jimmy Beeson. Time is now 9:30. You have 30 minutes to scratch or declare your intention to scratch.
Alrighty, out of the previous heat, This is heat number 3, but out of the previous heat, 2:30.02 was Savannah Orovitz. She has your fastest time so far. We need the coaches from Upper Palmetto, Farmington Valley, and Western North Carolina. That's Upper Palmetto, Farmington Valley, and Western North Carolina to the administration table, please. Once again, Upper Palmetto, Farmington Valley, Western North Carolina to the admin table, please. Thank you. Heat number 3 is 7 is in the water right now. Hildebrecht, your leader at 1:10.92. Brooke Carter in 1, Sarah Finn 2, Katie Wilson 3, Sydney Wright in 4, Natalie Hildebrecht, the leader halfway through. She's in 5, Bella Mato 6, Esme Harness 7, Joyce Chen 8, Avery Savage in 9, and Juliana Young in lane number 10. Joyce Chen going down there 44.45 on the breaststroke 50. She's at 1:56.49. That's your third fastest split there. Joyce Chen from Upper Main Line. See what we have left here, bringing it home. Chen still down here at 8. Less than 15 meters to go, but now moving up out of 3. It looks like Katie Wilson. Will Chen get there? And she does at 2:32.34. Top time remains with Savannah Orovitz. Heat 4. Coming out of heat number 4 is 7 in the water in lane number 1 from Jersey Shore, Aaron Noble. Lane number 2 from the Jersey Shore, Lauren Hannis. Lane 3 from Powell Crosley, Jonas Spetz. Colby Krause from South Shore is in 4. Alexia Radu from Farmington Valley is in 5. Addison Cooper, Upper Main Line 6. Kelsey Roberto, Fanwood Scotts Plains in 7. Zoe Hill, York and York County in 8. Charlie Carlton in 9 from Bath Area, Maine, and Brookline Kuntz from Springfield in lane number 10. Now through the fly, 31.52 for Lauren Hannis. Hannis going off the Middlebury College Panther. Beautiful Vermont. And now down here in lane number 9, a 1:09.87. That's your fastest split going out so far. That is Charlie Carlton from Bath, Maine. 38.02 on her back. That's 1:09.87 for Carlton. Fastest split through 3.5 heats. Dennis Spetz going to be a Marquette Golden Eagle from Powell Crosley. And through the breaststroke. Addison Cooper now at 1:52. That is your fastest split. Addison from Upper Main Line, 1:52.50. Closing speed here, left less than 15 meters to go. Your top time, 2:30.02. Savannah Orovitz out of heat number 2. Up there in lane number 1, Aaron Noble from Jersey Shore, but it's Addison Cooper with a personal best swim of 2:27.84. She is now your leader on the deck unofficially. Heat 5. heat number 5 in order. First of our 3 circle-seated heats. Women's 200-meter individual medley. Out of lane number 1 from Lakeland Hills, Jessica Sang. Lane number 2 from West Morris, our 50 breaststroke champ, Morgan Mendrabo. Vicky Sluck, 100 back champ from Lakeland Hills. She's in 3. Janice Yip, 39th last year from Fanwood Scotts Plains, is in 4. Annie Saperchi, 11th last year, 7th in the 4IM from Cheshire's in 5. Grace Hunt, 100 and 200 breast champ this week. She's in lane 6. She was 12th last year. Out first is Madison Keogh from Lakeland Hills. Madison out in 30.82. Emma Price, 17th last year, 2nd in the 50 breast, 3rd in the 100 breast. So she's right next to Grace Hunt, center of the pool. We'll see what happens here on this next leg. Emma from Jersey Shore, Jackie Bonavita, Columbia Northwest is in 8. Madison Kehoe in 9, and Normandy Beversluis in lane 10. Still need to coach from Upper Palmetto. Coach from Farmington Valley to the announcer's table, please, or to the admin table. Farmington Valley, Upper Palmetto to the admin table. 1:08:20 off the backstroke from our backstroke champ, Vicky Sluck. And that's your fastest split so far. And your breaststrokers moving up, center of the pool. There's Mendrabo, our 50 breaststroke champ, up there in lane number 2. And it's Grace Hunt, center of the pool, followed by Price and then Mendrabo. The breaststrokers took over in this heat. Grace Hunt hunting down another title. And now moving up slightly on Hunt is Emma Price from Jersey Shore, who'll get to this wall first and get that lane, and it will be Emma Price. Emma coming back in 30, 3:57, going 2:25:01. Great finish right there for Emma. Heat 6. Second of our 3 circle-seated heats is in order. Heat number 6 is 7 women's 200-meter individual medley. Lexi Wint from Somerset County in 1. Emily Sedal, Somerset County 2. Jamara Del Rosario, 18th last year. She'll be a part of the Swarthmore Garnet from Chambersburg, is in 3. Kira Kamala, 21st last year from Umley's in 4. Serena Dickey, a 2-time champion this week already from Lakeland Hills. She won the fly, 100 fly, and the 400 free. She's in lane number 5, Serena Dickey. Lane number 6, 11th in the 2 fly. First in the 4IM from York and York County, Aveline Walsh. So Dickey, she's out 30.27. Now Walsh moving up. That was your fastest split going out. Rachel Minerly is in lane 7, 16th last year from Upper Perkiomen Valley. Lane number 8, Lila Hadley from Upper Palmetto. Mariah Quad from Lakeland Hills is in 9. And Alyssa Detweiler, the 14-year-old from Chambersburg, is in 10. 1:08:05. Dickey was your leader halfway through. Time to be 2:25:01. Emma Price out of the previous heat. Aveline Walsh, now your leader, goes down to 43.72 on the breaststroke leg. Moving up also is Hadley and Detweiler. Now we're at 151.89 for Aveline Walsh from York. the future mountaineer. Walsh and Dickey. We know Dickey has some speed on the freestyle also. She's our 400 free champ. Who will get their fingernails to the pad first? And it will be Walsh. With a personal best there, Coach Mike Brooks, at 2:24.67. Nice swim, ladies. Heat 7. Final heat, heat number 7 is 7. Third of our 3 circle-seated heats is in the water for the women's 200-meter individual medley. Your top time, 2:24.65. Evelyn Walsh out of the previous heat. Out of lane number 1, she'll be off to be an Emory Eagle this fall from Yoda, Aubrey Mitchell. Lane number 2, she'll be a Sienna Saint from the regional YMCA of Connecticut, Western Connecticut, Caroline Suter. Lane number 3, 59th last year, Mila Daniels from Greater Somerset County. She is 14. Out of lane number 4, Sydney Walbert, 13th last year. She'll be a blue hen at the University of Delaware in the fall. And now first is Van Duzer. Lane number 5, our defending champion. Second in the 2 fly, third in the 2 back from Spartanburg is Claire Burns. Out first there was Van Duzer, that's Joelle Van Duzer, third in the 100 fly, 5th last year, third in the 200 fly. Van Duzer out in 30:45. That was your second fastest split at that 50. Lane number 7, Izzy Gilbert from Nashua, 14th last year, 4th in the 2 back, 17th in the 4 IM. She's in 7. Mackenzie Heron from Cheshire is in lane 8. Allison Stolford, 8 in the 4 IM from York and York Counties in 9. And Bella Stewart from Greater Spartanburg is in lane number 10. So there was a tie. We had 107.76 with Walbert and Van Duzer, but our breaststrokers, those were the fastest time through that point, which would have been 6.5 heats. Claire Burns, 40.55, right there, throwing that down, our defending champion. On the breaststroke, followed by Van Duzer and Walbert. Also trying to move up out of lane number 2 is Suter down here in 9, Stolfert. Spartanburg's Claire Burns down to be 2:24, and we'll be under that at a 2:22.51. Great swim for Claire Burns. We'll have those preliminary results out to you momentarily. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for those IMers on the women's side. Great job, ladies. Our next event, the men's 200-meter individual medley, your national record 158.62 set in 2023 in September. Daniel Deal from Cumberland, Maryland. He also holds a championship meet record at 2:00.97. He set in July of 2023. 7 heats in total. This will be heat number 1. Madam Referee. Out of lane number 2 here in heat number 1 from Lakeland Hills, Michael Bunzendahl. Lane number 3 from Lakeland Hills, Justin Godoy. Lane number 4 from Springfield, Brady Condonier. Lane number 6 from Jersey Shore, Matt Karos. Lane 7 from Spartanburg, Tia Rowan. Lane number 8 from Westchester, Ryan Schuppert. And lane number 9 from Kaufman, that's Corey Pham. And Corey, on the number at 27.88, going out on the fly leg. What did it take last year to get back to an evening swim? Into your C final was a 2:15.97. B final 2:14.18. And into the A final for one of those 10 lanes, 2:11.48. Now it's over to Carlos at 1:03.09 from the Jersey Shore. Time trials close in 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes. By my estimation, that would be, I think, 10:01. And 10:01. Time trials close in 15 minutes. Cara still out in front at 1:45.03. Pretty good swim right there. He's at 41.94. Cordonier now moving up also and then it's Shuppert, and we've got Boonsendal here out of heat number 1. Matt Caros from the Jersey Shore riding that wave home. It's 27.11, 2:17.11. Great swim. Heat 2. Heat number 2 is 7 in the water. Out of lane number 1 from Lakeland Hill, Stefan Youssef. Lane number 2, he'll be a Ryder Bronk in the fall. From Yoda, Gabe Devisa. Lane number 3 from Pal Crosley, Charlie Hambridge. Lane number 4 from York and York County, Jackson Durgee. Lane number 5 from Upper Palmetto, Stephen Eldridge. David Solomon in 6 for Yoda. Nathan Deeney in 7 for Phoenixville. Zach Lawrence in 8 for Goldsboro. 9 is Logan Abel for Upper Perkiomen Valley. And lane number 10, Peter White, Cheshire, Connecticut.
Here are the qualifiers for Event 503, women's 200-meter individual medley. For the D final, second alternate Avery Savage, first alternate Lexi Wint. Swimming in the D final, Grace Zhang, Kelsey Roberto, Ellery Hayes, Katie Wilson, Mila Daniels, Quinn Cook, Sadie Nahas, Mackenzie Heron, Alexa Davis, and Alexa Radu. Those are your D heat finalists. C finalists, second alternate Alexa Davis, first alternate, never mind. In the C final, Alyssa Detweiler, Zamora Del Rosio, Kira Carmela, Adeline Bender, Janice Spetz, Colby Kraus, Riley Horgan, Rachel Minerly, Taylor Leishman, Charlie Carlton. B final, Maria Quad, Savannah Oretz, Vicky Sloop, Aaron Noble, Izzy Gilbert, Madison Kehoe, Janice Yip, Morgan Minderbo, Addison Cooper, Allison Stallfort. In the A final, Carolyn Suter, Jackie Bonavilla, Annie Supershi, Sydney Wolbert, Grace Hunt, Emma Price, Serena Dickey, Aveline Walsh, Joelle Van Duzer. Top qualifier, Claire Burns. Time is now 9:49. You have 30 minutes in which to scratch.
That's Eldridge finishing up. He'll be a Lenore Ryan Bear, but he goes here today, 2:13.80. That's your top time so far through 2 heats. Stephen Eldridge, Upper Palmetto. Heat 3. Heat number 3 is 7 in the water. 2:13.80. Now your time to beat Stephen Eldridge, the future Bear at Lenore Rhine University, out of heat number 2. Henry Chamel in 1 for Jersey, why the North Shore. I keep getting those shores mixed up. And we've got Josh Hugginish from Powell Crossley in 2. Patrick McGovern, New Canaan in 3. Robbie Zeal in 4 from Upper Palmetto. Declan McDonald, why the North Shore in 5. James Sletterland, Westfield in 6. Carson Wolf, Upper Palmetto 7. Kingston Lee, York and York County 8. And in lane 10 from York and York County, Sean Deal. 28:39 was Hagenesh going out. Now Robbie Zeal, Upper Palmetto. Zeal was through at 103 there, 12. And it's still Zeal down there in 40-22, moving up. Carson Wolf, 39-39 on that 50 breast. And Zeal at 143.34. See who has the closing speed right here. Will it be Zeal or Wolf? It looks like Zeal from Upper Palmetto. Nice 6-speed kick going into the wall there on that final fin. A personal best of 2:14.90 for Zeal. Heat 4. Heat number 4-7 is in the water. Top time remains with Stephen Eldridge, 2:13.80 out of heat number 2. Swimming in heat number 4 from Umley in lane number 1, Armand Patel. Lane number 2 from York, Alan Wu. Need a coach from Laurel, East Hartford to the time trial table. Laurel, East Hartford, time trial table, please. That's White out in 28:37 at the 50 for the Chambersburg Chargers. Lane number 3 is Lucas Beret, Greater Somerset County. Lucas Fontana from Wilton, off to Middlebury. He'll be a Panther in the fall. He's in 4. Cameron Morris, Yoda in 5. Logan Merritt, Southington, Cheshire in 6. Ethan White as your leader. Now he is running second, followed by Fontana. So Fontana at 102.55. White from Chambersburg's in 7. Cole Morgan, York and York County in 8. Henry Gimby, Wilton Waiwahu's 9. Fritz Russell, Powell Crossley in 10. Anybody going to chase down Lucas Fontana? His teammate now moving up, Henry Gimby, down here in 9. Up there in 1, Armand Patel also moving up, but it's Merritt now chasing it down, White and then Gimby. Back half here for Ethan White. Right next to him, Logan Merritt. Fontana making a charge now. That is the Chambersburg charging again. Here we go. Ethan White at 2:14.12, followed by Fontana, Merritt, and Gimby. Great swim, 2:14.12 for Ethan White. Heat 5. Here we go. First of our 3 circle-seated heats is in the water. Men's 200-meter individual medley out of lane number 1 from South YMCA. Nathan Kyer, lane number 2 from Spartanburg. Will Lancaster, lane number 3 from Ridley. Wyatt Hope, lane number 4, 16th last year from Lakeland Hills. Dalton Brooks, lane number 5, 5th last year. He won the 4 IM and the 200 press this week from York. William Reese, lane number 6, 5th and a 4 IM from North Shore. Grant Dwyer, Anderson Runke in 7 from Lakeland Hills. Jeremiah Reeve from Wyckoff is in 8. Christian Bong 9 from Chambersburg. And Dylan Wan from the Jersey Shore is in 10. He was your leader after the 50 at 27:28. Time to beat so far, Stephen Eldridge, 2:13.80 out of the second heat. Still Dylan Wan at 1:01.04, your fastest split so far, going out through the backstroke leg. Now your breaststrokers moving up center of the pool. 2-time champion this week, William Reese in the 200 press and the 4 IM. Can he take the sprint 4 IM top slot tonight? We shall see. William comes in at 2:08.80. Still 2 heats to follow. Reese going to be off to Westchester University where he'll be a Golden Ram. 1:37.36 for William Reese from York and York County. Having a great swim down here, Dylan Wan. I just saw Coach Jack at about 2 inches off the ground in that vertical leap. So Dylan Wan. And it's William Reese, a personal best swim right there, 2:07.71, followed by Wan with another PB, and then Grant Dwyer, 2:07.71 for William Reese. Heat 6. All right, here we go. Heat number 6 is 7. Second of our 3 circle-seated heats in the water, 2:07.71. William Reese, time to beat. Riley Wilson from Nashua in 1. Marshall Hinckley, Twin Rivers in 2. Adrian Lavarini Butler in 3. Carter Menny, 13th last year. Emmy Lyons in 4. Braden Hale, 4th last year. 4th in the 4 IM from Cheshire's in 5. Dominga Gaddy, 18th last year. 2nd in the 400 free. He's in 6. And out first is Braden Hale at 27.47. Second fastest split going out so far. Neil Alejandro, 17th last year. He's in 7 from Cheshire. Lane 8, Nick Minch, 6th in the 100. Back 4th in the 200. Back 6th in the 50. Back from Town Crossley. He's in 8. Parker Hightower in 9 from Upper Palmetto. Max Ruffer in 10 from Greater Somerset County. There's Nick Minch, your backstroker. Finaled in 3 backstroke events already this week. 59.59 halfway through. That is your fastest split by a 1.5 seconds for Nick Minch. We'll see what he can do if he can hold up in that 50 breaststroke sprint right here. Moving up now, you've got Hale out of lane number 5, Braden Hale. As I mentioned, 4th in the 4 IM. And now he takes the lead. A cool 37.80. Many right behind him. Look at Adrian Lavarini from Butler going 37.25 in lane number 3, making his move. Here we go, Hale at 138.28. From Cheshire, Connecticut. Moving in smoothly. Gotti making a run there at the end, but it will be Hale, then Gotti, followed by Carter Many from Emmy Lyons. So there's a time of 2:09. Heat 7. Here we go, final heat, heat number 7 of 7, third of our 3 circle seated heats here in the men's 200-meter individual medley. Tiago Granados from Greater Somerset County in 1. Gavin Page, his parents gave that nice reflection earlier. He's in lane number 2 from Regional Y, Western Connecticut. Finn McEnfro, 3 from Spartanburg. Evan Van Velzer, he was 5th in a 100 fly. 3rd in the 2 fly this week. Van Velzer, your leader at 27.27, second fastest split going out. Cashman, the breaststroker, 2nd in the 2 breast, 2nd in the 4 IM, 2nd in the 100 breast. He's in lane number 5 from South Shore Mill Pond. Jaden Kwan, he won the 200 free. 3rd in the 100 back. He's from Umley in 6. Carter Smith, 21st last year. Greater Somerset County, lane number 8. Owen Harmon from Spartanburg. Shane Keogh from Yoda is in 9. And Nash Parsons, R.C. Durr, YMCA. And it's still Van Velzer at 1:00:61. Second fastest split at the halfway mark. Now moving up, here comes Cashman. Cullen Cashman, the 15-year-old from South Shore Mill Pond. As I mentioned, 2nd in the 100 breast. We'll have a 5-minute break, at the conclusion of this heat. Cashman, 137.98, just above where William Reese was. Now moving up, Quan, Carter Smith, Van Velzer battling for 2nd here. Who's got their head down? And it will be Cashman at 2:10:05, followed by Smith and then Quan. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for those IMers. 3-minute break. 3-minute break. Time is 10:04. We'll resume with our relays at 10:07. 10:07. 3-minute break.
Thank you, swimmers.
All right, spectators, up on your feet. Come on, you've been sitting down a little while. Stand up. This is audience participation. We've got to hear it now. Come on, stand up.
We can do a lot better on the bum bum buzz. Let's see who's going to be louder, swimmers or spectators. My money's on the swimmers.
All right, Riptide, let's hear it. All right, are you ready for some relays? Women's 400-meter medley relay, your national record 4:13.48 is also your championship beat record. The team of Holiday, Sharma, Thompson, and Mosh, Greater Somerset County back in 2023. 3 heats in total. This will be heat number 1, Mr. Referee. And 400-meter medley relay preliminary round now in the water out of lane number 3. That is Hammer for Bath area, Maine. Lane number 4, Figueroa, Phoenixville. Lane 5, Durr, Springfield. Lane number 6, Bernal, Lowe's. And lane number 7, LaForest, Farmington Valley.
Here are the qualifiers for event 504 men's 200 individual medley. D heat finalist, second alternate Henley Shamel, first alternate Sean Dial. In the D final, Lucas Borey, Kingston Lynn, Tio Rowan, Armin Patel, Parker Hightower, Henry Gimby, Stefan Yosuf, James Sletterland, Jackson Durgee, and Cole Morgan. Those are your D heat finalists. In the C heat, first or second alternate Gavin Page, first alternate Carson Wolf. In the C final, Owen Harmon, Anderson Runke, Nash Parsons, Riley Wilson, Logan Merritt, Max Ruffer, Robbie Zeal, Nathan Deeney, Dalton Brooks, Logan Abil. In the B final, Lucas Fontana, Shane Keogh, Neil Alejandro, Ethan White, Marshall Hinckley, Stephen Eldridge, Will Lancaster, Jeremiah Ree, Adrian Lavaroni, Nick Minch. Qualifying for the A final, Grant Dwyer, Evan Van Velzer, Jaden Kwan, Dylan Wan in 7, Carter Smith, Carter Meny, Colin Cashman, Domingo Gaddy, Braden Hale. Your top qualifier for tonight, William Reese. Time is now 10:09. You have 30 minutes to scratch.
All right, working our way through the breaststroke here in heat number 1, first of our 3 circle seated heats. Riley in 3, Lewis 4, Lee 5, Holler 6, and Radu in lane number 7. Is Bath, Maine there at 2:24.49, coming out of the breaststroke leg into your fly leg. Current leader, once again, it's a circle seated heat. Rodriguez 1, Kozak 2, Coons 3. Sarsu 4, and it's like Radu on the board, Ellis on my sheet. August for Bath. And that fly, she goes out 31, 30.49. Abby Sharshu now moving up for Lowe's, just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Good swim right here for Abby Sharshu, making her way back. And there'll be anchors away for Lowe's. Lowe's at 3:35. And your anchors are in. Carlton in 3, Mages 4, Gifford 5, McGuire 6. Huggins Pursuit in 7. So those, Molly McGuire. Going to be a Campbell University fight team. Camel up there in 2. I'm sorry, in lane number 3, Bath with Carlton. And it will be Bath Maine taking heat number 1 at 4:37. 71. Great swim. Bath Maine. Heat 2. Time trial psych sheets are posted. Please check your entries. Time trial psych sheets are posted. Please check your entries. Heat number 2 and 3 is in the water. Second of our 3 circle seated heats, women's 400 meter medley relay. Landers in 1 for Hamilton, Hop in 2 for Chambersburg. Trevorrow for Yoda in 3, Concha Terrier, Wilton in 4, Bernard 5 for Lakeland Hills, Bumbal 6 for York, Schroeder for Pal Crosley in 7, Chester in 8, Despo 9, and Fragula in lane number 10. Ridley Rays down here. Addison Despo rams up there. Kenzie Ford now in for Ridley. Despo going 105.13. That's your fastest split going out so far. Insenian 1, Hayes 2, Pittenger 3, Cruiser 4, Davies 5, Hill 6, Holdhouse 7, Cheshire an 8, Ford 9, Suter 10. Alexia Davies, we just saw her in the 2 IM, now working her way through this 100-meter sprint here in the 400 medley relay. 1:40.00. Davies was down at 33.93. Lakeland Hills. And it'll be a Lakeland Hills out 2:18.98. Halfway through, your Flyers are popping in there at this point. And here we go. We've got Jernigan in 1, Richardson 2, Mitchell 3, Brooks 4, Dickey 5, Stafford 6, Hardy 7, Cheshire 8, McGann 9, and Gravius in lane number 10. Serena Dickey, 100 fly champ in the water. Center to pull down here, 29.01. Kylie McKyer now moving up for Cheshire, 29.72. How about Aubrey Mitchell to 29.27 going down for Yoda. Lakeland Hills. Your leader, 3/4 of the way through with their anchor going in, Quinn Cope, 3:22.32. Followed by York. And then Ridley was running 3rd at that point. Trying to move up, Wilton. York in a solid 2nd. Cameron in 1, Del Rosario 2, Lang 3, Lucier 4, Coke 5, Naha 6, Bet 7, Saperchi 8, Peterson 9, and Istanbuli for the regional Y Western Connecticut in 10. The Lakeland Hills having a great swim right here. York trying to move up, also moving up. Yoda down here at Ridley, trying to move into the 3rd spot. That'll be 4:24.99 for Lakeland Hills out of heat number 2, followed by York and then Ridley. Great swim, ladies. Heat 3. Go. Final heat, 3rd of our 3 circle seated heats. Heat number 3 at 3, women's 400-meter medley relay. Boynton for South Shore in 1, Young for West Morrison 2, Parent for Holyoke in 3, Ferrero for Fanwood Scotch Plains in 4, Aguano for the Jersey Shore in 5, Stewart for Spartanburg in 6, Wang for Somerset County in 7, me in Upper Palmetto in 8, Simpson Upper Main Line in 9, and Warby Central Bucks in 10. And out first, Amelia Meehan from the Rays on the back to the feet at 31:53. It's Upper Palmetto, 106.26 for Upper Palmetto, Amelia Meehan. Nice going out. Now your breaststrokers in. And Xenia in 1, Hayes 2, Pittenger 3, Cruiser. We'll restart that. We've got Noble in 1, Mandrabo 2, Sauls 3, Roberto 4, Price 5, Hunt 6, Daniel 7, Hadley 8, Zhang 9, and Schaefer in 10. So Orovets down there in 34.83. Grace Hunt now moving up. They're still in 5th. The Spartanburg, our 100 and 200 champ in the breaststroke. 141.59. That's your second fastest split. Lakeland Hills was 140.00. Final heat here. Grace Hunt moving up. Down here with Greater Somerset County, Upper Main Line, Upper Palmetto. And we're through with 2:20.86 on the board. Second fastest split so far. Kraus in 1, Bono 2, Van Duzer 3, Yip 4, Freeman 5, Burns 6, K 7, Gent 8, Kane in 9, and Jelias in lane number 10. $250.38. Senator Poolmeyer Freeman from the Jersey Shore. The 50 free champ, the 50 fly champ. 322 was the split here by Lakeland Hills. Will be a little off that this morning, but nice swim at 324.55. So it's Jersey Shore, then Spartanburg, and then Upper Main Line running third up there in lane number 3 though, now moving up. Greater Holyoke. Pachio in 1, Wright 2. Other 2, it's in 3. February in 4, Kennedy 5. Catherine Kennedy, a future Fordham Ram. 6 is Brinkman. 7 Smith, Glode 8, Moore 9, and Downey in lane number 10. Jersey Shore trying to chase down Lakeland Hills. Lakeland Hills was 424.98. Spartanburg making a charge right now with Brinkman. And it will be Jersey Shore at 424.28. That looks to be your fastest time unofficially. We'll see what those results bring to us here momentarily. Nice swim, ladies.
Thank you, swimmers. Next event in the water on last day, fast day, event 506, men's 400-meter medley relay. There will be 4 heats. This is heat 1. Here in the first heat for the men's 400 medley relay in lane 3, Pocono family is Aiden Zhang leading off. Or I'm sorry, lane 4. Lane 5, Central Bucks region, Mikey Petrakis in the water. And lane 6, Frederick County, Joaquin Medina swimming backstroke. 3:49.13 is the national record, and as also the meet record all held by Somerset Valley 2013. That's Frederick Valley. Frederick touching first, walking Medina. And Frederick County, that's now Wongluk Nig and then Nedge in the water. In lane 5, Central Bucks, that is Cadel Barker. And in lane 1 for Pocono family, Alfred Zhang on the breaststroke. Go ahead.
Preliminary results, women's 400-meter medley relay. Second alternate, Springfield. First alternate, Lowe's. Eligible swim in the B final, Regional Y, Western Connecticut, South Shore, Bath area, Chambersburg, Central Bucks, Greater Somerset County, Cheshire, West Morris, and Powell, Crosley, and Upper Palmetto. Eligible to swim in tonight's championship final for the women's 400-meter medley relay. Greater Holyoke, Fanwood, Scotch Plains, the Wilton Y Wahoos, Yoda, Ridley, Upper Mainline, York and York County, Greater Spartanburg, Lakeland Hills, and the Jersey Shore is your top qualifier with Aguano, Orovets, Freeman, and Kennedy. 4:28.28 was their time. The time is 10:27. You have 30 minutes to declare your intentions to scratch.
In the water now in lane 4, that's A.G. Galperin for Pocono. Lane 5, Alex Pliss for Central Bucks. And in lane 6, Brian May from Frederick County. Pocono had a very strong breaststroke leg to get up and battle for the lead. Turning within 1 second of each other, all three teams. Frederick still hanging on barely to the lead. Brian May on this second 50 of the butterfly starting to extend. Alex Pliss in lane 5 hanging on. Senji Galperin in lane 4. Going into the final leg for Fredericks, that's Candom Slater, Central Bucks Stephen Nagel, and Pocono's Samuel Fisher. Coming into the last turn, it's still Frederick. They're looking to go wire to wire in this heat. Last year, 4:04.2 made the B final, 4:00.5 made the A final. Nagel's trying to make a run here coming into the flags. Can Fredericks hang on? It's going to be Frederick. They go wire to wire, 4:19.22. Heat 2. Reminder to coaches and swimmers, time trials. Time trials will begin immediately after the last heat of the 1500. Now in heat 2 for the men's 400 medley relay. Lane 2, Westfield, Liam Quayle. In lane 3 is Farmington Valley and Elias Krukar leading off. Lane 4, RC Doors, Brody Parsons. Lane 5, Wyckoff's Jeremiah Ree. Lane 6, Chambersburg Memorial, Luke Ritchie leading off. Lane 7, Southernton Cheshire, that's Logan Merritt in the water. Lane 8 is Quinn Morris from Lowe's. Lane 9, West Morris area, Luke Farkas leading off. It's Farmington, Wyckoff, Chambersburg, Farmington Valley in lane 3, 102.2. They have a half a second lead at the finish of the backstroke. Now in the water, lane 2, James Slutterland. Lane 3, Luca Danielle. Lane 4, Parker Davis. 5 is Cole Wilson. 6, Ethan White. Lane 7, Coop LaRoe. Lane 8, Jackson Hartzell. Lane 9 is Marco Holder. 4:19.22 from the first heat was the fastest time. In lane 8 from Lowe's, that's Jackson Hartzell. He's having a great breaststroke leg. Lane 6, that's Chambersburg. Ethan White. It's going to be Lowe's touching first. They're 2:11.7. That was, looks like about a 1:07 for this breaststroke for Jackson Hartzell. Now in the water for the butterfly leg, Jason Glasinski in lane 2. Lane 3, Jack Ackerman. Lane 4, Nash Parsons. Lane 5, Harrison Lee. Lane 6, Christian Pong. In 7, Anthony Mascolo. Lane 8, Maddox Wyndham. Lane 9, William Parsnick. Chambersburg now in the lead, but not by much. Christian Pong, very, very strong butterfly leg here. He's going to turn it over to Tristan White. Christian Pong. That's Chambersburg, Tristan White in lane 5. Brendan Krause, lane 4, Brandon O'Brien. Lane 3, James Campbell. Lane 2, Alex Diagani. Lane 7 for Southernton, Joey Nascimento. Lane 8, Arkady Moeller. And finishing for West Morris in lane 9, that's Dima Fedorov. 4:19.2 was the fastest. Chambersburg. Strong middle 200. It's going to be Chambersburg. They're touching first. 4:04.60. 4:04.60 for Chambersburg. Heat 3. In the water for Heat 3 in lane 1, that's Laurel East Hartford, Holden Kudlak. Lane 2, Ridley Areas, Kyle Burke. 3, Jersey Shore, Tyler Hopkins. 4, Cheshire, Neil Alejandro. Lane 5, Domingo Gaddy from Greater Somerset. 6, Turner Wyan from Upper Palmetto. 7, Wilton Family, Ozzie Andrews. Lane 8, Fanwood Scotch Plains, Braden Michaels. Lane 9, Emmy Lyons, Elliott Myers. And in lane 10, North Shore, Porter Mulgrew.
Just a quick reminder of Championship Bioforms. Championship Bioforms are due in this morning. Plenty of time here. If you made a top 10 championship final, please stop over the announcer's table, fill out your form. Thank you.
Touching the wall first after the backstroke, the Ridley area. They were 59-0 in the water now. Laurel East, Gray Bordeaux. Lane 2, Wyatt Hope. Lane 3, Emmanuel Zanakis. Lane 4, Braden Hale. Lane 5, Ryan Servino. Lane 6, Dominic Impins. 7, Sam Jacobson. Lane 8, Douglas Gee. Lane 9, Brandon Dershak. And in lane 10, Grant Dwyer. Chambersburg in heat number 2 had a very fast 4:04.6. That's the fastest time so far. That looks like Ryan Servino in lane 5 having a great breaststroke leg over in 2. Wyatt Hope has pulled Ridley up into second. In 7, that's Sam Jacobson. Turning over to the Butterflyers now. Lane 1, Ryan Kenny. Lane 2, Giovanni Marcioni. Lane 3, Dylan Wan. Lane 4, Julian Adu. Lane 5, Jack Thompson. Lane 6, Micah Frank. 7 is Kristen Shantez Gomez. Lane 8, Harrison McClure. Lane 9, Carter Menny. And in lane 10, Braden Marini. In lane 5, that is still Greater Somerset. Starting to expand the lead. This is the first of 2 circle-seeded heats. Greater Somerset, Christopher Wasco is going to finish the leg for them. Lane 7, that's Hirsch Iyer. Again, 4:04.60. Tyler Swoka in 1, Patrick Hines in 2, Chris Hall 3, Liam Fletcher Ford, Christopher Wasco in 5, Robbie Zeal 6, Hirsch Iyer in 7, James Kavanaugh in lane 8, Benjamin Mell in 9, and Wesley Ross in lane 10. Greater Somerset, about a body length lead, coming on strong. That is Wilton. Hirsch Iyer trying to finish it. Greater Somerset, 3:56.63. Wilton second. Cheshire finishes third in heat number 3. This is the final heat, heat 4. In the final heat of the men's 400 medley relay, lane 1's Kaufman. Rowan Walker in the water. Lane 2, Lakeland Hills, Gavin Boardman. Lane 3, Kishwaukee family, Bendon Evans in the water. Lane 4, Triangle area, Porter Anderson. Lane 5, Greater Spartanburg, Levi Smith. Lane 6, Upper Main Line, Jaden Kwan. Lane 7, Michael Metz for Powell Crosley. Lane 8, York and Yorks, Damon Ofando Dacus. Lane 9, Ben Bergen for Blue Ash. Lane 10, Regional Western Connecticut, Ben Baird. That's Powell Crosley's Michael Metz in lane 7. Slight lead over Upper Main Line. Powell Crosley's going to exchange first. 58.5 for Mike Metz going out. Now in the water in lane 1, Xander Probert. Lane 2, Stefan Yusoff. Lane 3, Will Dukes. 4, Shane Keogh. Lane 5, Will Lancaster. 6, Sebastian Tith. 7, Charlie Hambidge. 8, William Rees. 9 is Noah Spivery. Lane 10, Gavin Page. Spartanburg, Upper Main Line, Powell Crosley, all turning together. In lane 6, that's Sebastian Tith. For Upper Main Line, 7, Charlie Hambidge. Sebastian Tith with a great breaststroke leg, hanging on in lane 5, that's Greater Spartanburg. Upper Main Line's first to exchange. In the water, that's Sam Villano for Powell Crosley. Luke Minery for Greater Spartanburg. Jimmy Beeson. In lane 1, that's Corey Pham. Lane 2, Anderson Runke. Lane 3, Logan Borth. Lane 4, David Salmon. Lane 8 is Charlie Brown. Lane 9, Isaiah Greenlee. Lane 10, Andrew Hatzis. 3:56.6 from heat 3 is what we're looking to beat. Luke Minery, Powell Crosley, Jimmy Beeson pulling away from the rest of the field. Jimmy Beeson with a slight lead going into the freestyle. Now in the water for Greater Spartanburg, Maddox turns, and for Powell Crosley, that's Will Klosterman. In lane 6 from Upper Main Line, Charles O'Hara. Lane 1's Nick Rocco. Lane 2, Dalton Brooks. Lane 3, Luke Olin. Lane 4, Andy Barger. In lane 8, we've got Ty Weaver. Lane 9, Parker Schnelly. And in lane 10, Alex Gadboat. Greater Spartanburg, about a 2-body length lead. Maddox turns. Very, very strong freestyle. Powell Crosley's. Will Klosterman. It's Greater Spartanburg, 3:53.31. That should be your top seed tonight. Second is Powell Crosley. Third, Upper Main Line. And that's it for the men's 400-meter medley relay. Congratulations. We will have final results shortly.
Okay, we're going to be transitioning right over into the mile, the 1,500-meter freestyle here momentarily. Well, let's put our hands together for all of those relays, ladies and gentlemen. Doing a great job qualifying for tonight's final session. We have a number of heats to work through this afternoon in the mile. We're ready, lap counters in place. our next event, the women's 1500 meter freestyle. Your national championship record set by Caitlin Moon, 16:40.05 back in 2014. Caitlin from Kishwaukee, Illinois. This will be heat number 2. Madam Referee. All right, here we go. Heat number 2 for the women. Adeline number 1, she was 23rd last year in this event from Hamilton area, YMCA, New Jersey. That's Heidi Ross. Claire Magis, 37th last year, 8th in the 800, 9th in the 4 IM. She's going to be off to Bryant, where she'll be a bulldog in the fall. Bryant University, swimming out of the Ymca East Conference. She was also 6th in the 400 free. Eden Russell in lane number 3, 19th last year, 15th in the 800, 18th in the 400 IM this week from Upper Main Line. He's in lane 3. Lane number 4, Peyton Phelan, 16th last year, 24th in the 800 from the Y of the Jersey Shore. Lane number 5, 11th seeded in this event, 11th in the 800 from Foothills, Audrey Burkhart. Lane 6, 15th last year, 28th in the 4 IM from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Emily Cavill. Lane number 7, 13th in the 800, 21st in the 400 free from Yoda, Poppy Fishburne. Lane number 8, 21st last year from the Jersey Shore, Kylie Kennedy. 9 is 19th in the 800, 13th in the 200 breast, 13th in the 4 IM from South Shore, Mill Pond, Alex Noble. And in lane number 10, 24th last year, 30th in the 800 from the Kennett area YMCA in Pennsylvania, Annie Rhodes. That's your lineup here. We'll take them through the mile. I believe we have some results from the men's relay.
Here are the qualifiers for tonight's finals in the men's 400 meter medley relay. Second alternate, Laurel East Hartford. First alternate, West Morris. Qualifying for the B final, Lowe's, Kaufman Family, Emmy Lyons, Wyckoff, Lakeland Hills, Regional Western County, North Shore, Chambersburg Memorial, York and York County, and YMCA of Triangle area. Those are your B heat qualifiers. In your A heat finals, Jersey Shore, Ridley, Upper Palmetto, Fanwood Scotch Plains, Cheshire, Upper Main Line, Wilton Family, Greater Somerset, Powell Crosley Jr., and your top qualifier for tonight's 400 medley relay for the men, Greater Spartanburg. Time is now 10:51. You have 30 minutes to scratch.
All right, we are working our way through up to the 300-meter mark. 1/5 of the way through, I believe, if my math is correct, and that's Burkhart out at 3:30.89. Burkhart through 300, 3:30.89. Her personal best split at that point was 3:32.54. Claire Magis running second at this point at 3:32.03. We'll check on Claire's splits. Magis and Burkhart also running out here in lane number 7. That's Poppy Fishburne. And I've got a split time on Magus at 4:44.70 through 400 meters. Now Magus about 7 seconds ahead of her personal best time right there. We'll keep our eye on Audrey Burkhart, our leader right now. Coming up to the 500-meter mark. We'll be 1/3 of the way through. Audrey Burkhart. So through 500 meters, a bunch of fives up there. 5:55.05 for Burkhart, maintaining that 35.95 split. So she's out splitting the field on that last 50 and continues to move ahead at 5:55.05. Her personal best split at that point was 5:57.84. So Audrey running ahead by about 2.8 seconds. Magus still running second. Poppy Fishburne third. This turn wall will have 900 meters to go. 7:07.00. So 4.45 seconds ahead of her best split at that point is Audrey Burkhart. She was 11th in the 800 earlier this week. All right, 700 through. Having a nice swim here for Burkhart. Still green up there on the 50 split. And Burkhart's at 8:19.89, about 5 seconds ahead of her pace. Claire Magus, let's go back over after this halfway split. We're going to be halfway through at this turn wall for Audrey Burkhart. Another 7:50 to go as she gets her feet to the pad at 36.71 on that split. Got to get back, work herself back into that high 35s would be great, but 8:56.60 right there. Now 5.5 seconds ahead of her best time split. Magus and Poppy Fishburne still continue to run second and third. Claire Mages, she was 18:25 coming in. She did that time a couple of weeks ago to qualify here. As I mentioned, the future Bryant Bulldog. Mages 10:14.11 right there through 8:50. Having a big swim today. Claire Mages at 10:14. Her personal best split there was 15 seconds slower at 10:29. Also moving up right there, Eden Russell from Ymca, trying to chase down Poppy Fishburne from Yoda. So Burkhart 10:44.74 through 900. Burkhart qualified for this with this time pushing her through. And July 9th was her personal best. Well, not long ago. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, so we'll be 2/3 of the way through here in heat number 2 of the women's 1,500-meter freestyle. The 1,000 through for Audrey Burkhart. She's at 11:56. Almost 11 seconds under her pace on her personal best splits. Mages also threw at 1,000 at 12:05.27. Russell trying to move up right next to Mages in lane number 3. Eden Russell was 19th in this event last year from Upper Mainline, the 15-year-old. Will be 1,100 through here for Burkhart. Well ahead now of her pace. She's at 13:09 today. She was 13:21 3 weeks ago. Mages checking on her splits, having a great swim. And Claire Mages and Burkhart at 35.84 continues to pull it away. Mages at 13:54 through the 11:50 mark. About 19 seconds ahead of her pace from several weeks ago. Mages and then Eden Russell, Poppy Fishburne. Eden Russell from Upper Mainline will check on her split times here momentarily. Her best time comes from August 2nd last year at this meet. Russell through the 1,200 meter mark with less than 300 meters to go at 14:34. She's about 10 seconds ahead of her pace. But we'll go back to our leader right now, Audrey Burkhart from the Foothills YMCA, center of the pool, having a great swim as she heads up to the 1,300 meter mark. Some real good swims here out of heat number 2 going on. Burkhart at 15:34.37. Burkhart with 1:50 to go as her feet hit the pads here. Burkhart at 16:11.05. Wow, big drop. She was 16:27. So she's about 15 plus seconds ahead of her pace from her personal best swim at 13:50. Burkhart coming in with an 18:17. See where she is here, 1,400 meters through. Taking the bell lap here out of heat number 2, Audrey Burkhart. Let's get her back here. She's 16:46.75. Almost 20 seconds ahead of her pace from her entry time. She'll break through that 18-minute barrier. Let's get her down into that high 1750s. Magis and Russell gonna battle it out up there. Fishburne running 4th. But with 50 to go now, Audrey Burkhart, 17:23.35. Can she get through the 18:00 mark? Here she comes, 25 meters to go. Looks like she's gonna make it. And get that head down, get those 6-feet kicks going. Gotta get there. And there it is. What a swim today. Turn around. It's a mile smile for Audrey Burkhart. Claire Magis, you'll be swimming this in the America East Championships down there next spring. She goes 18:09, followed by Russell for the personal best popping up here for Poppy Fishburne. Great swim right there. Smile full of smiles. Nice swim, ladies. Great job. Our next event, the men's 1,500 meter freestyle, your national record set in 2019 by Russ Dant from Metropolitan Hickory, North Carolina. He was 15:22.06. Your championship record set in 2016, Carl Bishop from Cheshire, 15:35.36. This will be heat number 2 for the men, Mr. Referee. We are underway. Heat number 2 for the men. 1,500 meters of freestyle. Out of lane number 1, he was 29th in the 4 IM from the Regional Y, Western Connecticut, Jackson Morse. Out of lane number 2, he won the 400 last night. 28th last year. 4th in the 800 from Farmington Valley. That's Jack Ackerman. Lane number 3, 19th last year. 13th in the 800, 22nd in the 400 from Upper Palmetto, Gavin Charcala. Lane number 4, 20th in the 800 and the 400 free from Powell Crosley, Matt Shoemaker. Lane number 5, 7th in the 800, 18th in the 400 from Powell Crosley, Augie Newberry. Matt Barnacle from Greater Somerset County, 15th last year, 14th in the 800 this week. He's in 6th. Ben Gattro, 18th last year, 8th in the 800, 21st in the 400 from Upper Mainlines in 7th. Lane number 8, 36th in this event last year, moving up to the second seeded heat. 19th in the 800 from Greater Somerset County, Stephen Stasiolaitis. Lane number 9, 30th in the 4IM from York and York County, Sean Deal. And then lane number 10, 12th in the 800, 28th in the 400 free from Upper Mainline, Alex Muldowney. Charcala, Barnacle, and Newberry. Those are your top 3 through the 350 mark. 347.79 for Charcala from Upper Palmetto. As I mentioned, he was 13th in the 800, comes in 17:06.67. Charcala, followed by, that's Charcala out in front through 400 meters. About 4 seconds under his personal best pace, Gavin Charcala. Charcala, tracked by Barnacle, Ackerman, Newberry, Jackson Morris trying to get up there into the mix, but 1/3 of the way through for Gavin Charcala at 5:28.44. About 5.5 seconds ahead of his seated personal best swim. Charcala's time comes out of last year's swim here. And it'll be 600 meters through. Gavin, we'll see if he's picking it up a little bit. 6:36.28 right there. Through 600. Now about 7 seconds ahead. So he's picking up the pace as he moves along through this 1,500 meter freestyle preliminary heat. And we still got those 4 athletes. Also down here in lane number 10 from upper main line, Alex Muldowney having a good swim. Trying to move up a little bit, Matt Barnacle. Barnacle, Greater Somerset County. He was 15th in this event last year. Right next to him, Augie Newberry. Jack Ackerman. Ackerman was phenomenal in that 400 free last night, showing some sprint capabilities throughout those 8 lengths. And Charcala, we head up to the halfway mark. It's 7:50 when Gavin's toes hit the pad. He was 8:26 last year. This year, 8:19. About 7 seconds ahead of his pace from last year, which was his personal best, Gavin Charcala. Newberry and Barnacle and Muldowney all splitting 33s, as was Jackson Morris, coming back to that 800 meter turn. I know this back in the day was one of Matt Salig's favorite events. Don't forget, if you have any championship bio forms to turn in, please stop over to the help desk, fill one out, turn it in, and we'll get things going tonight. Charcala, Barnacle still moving up now. Watch for Matt Barnacle. Muldowney's sneaking out here in lane number 10. Ackerman up there in 4, but Morris trying to chase him down. 600 to go through 900 at 10:02.75. There's still about 7.5 seconds ahead for Gavin Charcala of that pace from last year's heat into 1500. They're trying to break through the 17-minute barrier, these guys. At least Ocala. He's on pace to do that. Barnacle picks up 2 full seconds. He might be your leader coming up here. So Matt Barnacle having a good swim. And a back half in here. We are 1,000 meters through, 500 to go, 2/3 of the way there. It's at 11:11.99 for Barnacle. Greater Somerset County. That comes in with a time of 16:59.27. Matt's about 6 seconds ahead of that pace. Can we get Matt under 16:50? How about Alex Muldowney down here in lane number 10? The 4-beat kick going. Bill Barnacle at 12:18.92. Ocala running third. Augie Newberry in fourth. And Matt Barnacle up in the back half here. We'll see where he is at 11:50. His best split in 11:50 was 13:00:31. And he's at 12:52. So little over 8 seconds ahead of his pace from his personal best time. Matt Barnacle, 15th last year, 14th in the 800. Muldowney, huge swim right down in lane number 10. Barnacle can see him over the rope. Barnacle through, 300 to go. Not much beginning to creep up here, but there's Barnacle still outsplitting Muldowney. Not by much, and Augie Newberry holding on to third. Now, Ocala also trying to move up. Pal Crosley's Matt Shoemaker up there in 1. Jackson Morris. Morris trying to make his way into the top 3 in this heat. Barnacle still picking up after that last 57 100ths of a second. We'll see where he is now. .200 to go after this turn for Matt Barnacle. Splits 33.66. Is he still outsplitting the field? He is outsplitting Muldowney. He's at 14:33.08. About 10 seconds ahead of his personal best pace. Matt Barnacle. He'll break through the 16:50 mark. Muldowney running second. His personal best time was 17:08. He's going to be in the low 16:50s. See what kind of speed they have now coming home on this last 150. Muldowney picking up the pace. out here in lane number 10. Well, Matt Barnacle can see him. There's the 6-beater going in already. Barnacle hasn't kicked in yet. He'll take the bell lap. Alex Muldowney. Look at this split right now. Muldowney 32.85. What will he have left? Got to kick it in. Muldowney, he'll be down below that 1650 at this rate. Can Barnacle kick it in? Or will Muldowney chase him down? Newberry still hanging in there. Shoemaker trying to catch him. Muldowney 32.47. There's the kick for Barnacle on the last 50. Barnacle best time 16:59. Look at this kick. Barnacle still leading. Muldowney having the race of his life. These two athletes putting it together. Head down, last breath there. Barnacle over Muldowney. Look at that. Well through that 16:50. They're both 16:45s. Newberry at 16:50. Those are your top three. Shoemaker and Jackson Morris under 17. How about that? Some great swims right there for those athletes working their way through that mile. Couple of mile smiles right there. Put your hands together for those milers, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Heat 3 for the women, Madam Referee. Heat number 3 for the women, 1,500 meters of freestyle is in the water. And in lane number 1, 18th in the 200 backstroke from Farmington Valley, Brianna LaForest. Lane number 2, 24th in the 4 IM from Darien, Connecticut, Eliza Swaggart. Now lane number 3, 20th in the 800, 28th in the 400 free from Summit, Sam Arias. Lane number 4 from New Canaan, Mia Levy. Lane number 5 from West Morris, Maya Ymca. Lane number 6, 29th in the 800 from Westfield, Daniela Erickson. 7, 29th in the 200 backstroke from the North Shore, Jenna Whitaker. Lane number 8, 18th in the 800 from Fanwood Scotch Plains, Mary Ferrero. 9 from Springfield family, Maddie Lee. And in lane number 10, she was 29th in the 200 back from Greater Spartanburg, Marika Ashworth. 1/5 of the way through here. Fairly tight early on here in heat number 3.
And on lane number 7, that's Jenna Whitaker for Wire the North Shore. Daniela Erickson. Daniela Erickson. Not far behind, as is Mary Ferrero, as they work their way through into the 400-meter leg. It'll be Mary Ferrero. Through 500 meters at 6:06:20, out splitting the field right there on that last 50 with a 36:53. So at 6:06:20, 1/3 of the way through. About 4.4 seconds ahead of her pace for her personal best. Mary Ferrero from Fanwood, Scotch Plains. Comes in with the yard seed. And she does have a metered mile time. So Ferrero, and then we've got Whitaker and Erickson, and then up here named 9 and 10, Lee and Ashworth, and then over there in 2, 3, and 4, it's Swaggart, Arias, and Levy. Those 3 packs of swimmers. Working their way through this front half. Of our mile. Here in heat number 3 of the women. And Mary Ferrero coming up on the 700-meter mark.
she goes. We'll see where she is against that personal best, 700 meters through. 50 more meters to the halfway point. 8:33.22 for Ferrero. About 8 seconds ahead of her best time. And these packs still staying together. I'll tell you, that's excellent to see. Getting somebody to race with out here, 9 and 10 with Lee and Ashworth. And then you got Whitaker and Erickson pushing each other, and up there in 2, 3, and 4 with Swaggart, Arias, and Levy. But Mary Ferreira through the halfway mark right now on the back half side. Split at 35.95 going down there at 9:09.17. Over 10 seconds ahead of her personal best time. Gotta stay with it here and trying to now move up, just breaking away a bit. You've got Daniela Erickson from the Westfield YMCA. Jenna Whitaker from the North Shore. Still down here in 9 and 10. Right on the rope. How much is separating these two athletes down here in 9 and 10? Less than 3/10 of a second, a little more than 3/10 of a second. Trying to stay up there in that Mitch Farmington Valley's Brianna LaForest. But Ferrero, she take this heat. She got a little bit of ways to go. Let's get back to Mary. And 11:00:39 through 900 meters. About 11 seconds tracing ahead of her time. How about this Mary Ferrero, Coach Chris? Here we go. 1,000 meters through at 12:13. Almost 17 seconds ahead of her pace. Love the groupings up there. Still 2, 3, and 4 with Swaggart, Arias, and Levy down here in 9 and 10. Lee and Ashworth battling it out. Trying to chase down Erickson is Whitaker, but clear leader right now. 10:50 through, coming up on the 1100 meter mark will be the next check-in on that pace for Mary Ferrero from Fanwood Scotch Plains. All right, Mary Ferrero, 400 meters to go. About 16 seconds ahead of that pace. Can we get her down under 18:25, Coach? Mary Ferrero, 37:14. All right, here we come up to the 1,200-meter mark. Coach Chris with that vertical jump of about 2 inches. Here he goes. Great swimming going on by Mary. She's at 14:40 through 1,200 meters. 20 seconds ahead of that swim, so we're going to try to get her down into that low 18:20 marks here, or better. Ferrero, then followed by Erickson. Arias now moving in the third. Ferrero will have 200 meters to go. Big push right there for Mary Ferrero. Heading down into the low 18:20s. Still battling out here in the number 9 and 10. They've been on this rope since the beginning of this race. Ashworth from Spartanburg. Maddie Lee, that's Marika Ashworth and Maddie Lee from Springfield. I'll tell you what, nothing better than having that type of race going on for these athletes. And Mary Ferrero heading back. She's going to get the bell lap. Mary Ferrero, here she goes. She'll take the bell. 100 meters to go. Mary Ferrero, 17:06.80. Can she get below the 18:20 mark? Mary Ferrero. Got to kick it in. So 50 meters to go for Mary Ferrero. Here she comes off this wall. Got to get that 6 beat going, Mary. Here we go. 17:42.97, well below the 18:20 mark. She can get there. Gotta go. Here we go. We're coming up on the 15-meter mark for Mary Ferrero. She's going to be well below the 18:20 mark. She's going to be around 18:15, 18:16 for Mary Ferrero. Head down to the wall right there at 18:17. 56, great swim. Mary Ferrero. Now to lane number 6, another great swim for
Daniela Erickson in lane number 3. We've got Sam Arias. Really on that last third, Sam Arias came out of that pack, followed by Erickson. And Whitaker and Levy. What do we have going down here? These two have been battling it out. Lee and Ashworth. Who's got the strength to get it home? 6-feet kick, let's go. Boom, great swim, ladies. All right, put your hands together for those Miley. That was kind of entertaining, at least to me, but great swim right there. This will be heat number 3 for the men. Mr. Referee. Heat number 3 is 6 in the water for the men's 1,500-meter freestyle. Out of lane number 1 from New Canaan, Connecticut, Daniel McGovern. Lane number 2 from Greater Spartanburg, Josiah Pendergraph. Lane 3 was 37th in the 200 free from Upper Mainline, Ethan Lane. Lane number 4, 15th in the 800 free, 15th in the 2 back. From Emmy Lyons, Elliott Myers. Brian Walters, 36 in the 4 IM from Pal Crosley. He is in lane number 5. Brian Walter. Lane number 6. 17th in the 800 free and the 400 free from Hamilton, New Jersey, Nate Gonzalez. And lane number 7 from Phoenixville. He's 13. 29th in the 800 free, Ryan Whitlock. Lane number 8 will be a warrior at Eastern Connecticut State University up there in Connecticut. In Cheshire, Daniel Bishop. Lane number 9, 16th in the 200 and the 100 back this week from Hamilton, New Jersey, Bryce Himmelheber. And in lane number 10, only swimming the meet for Quinn Caulfield from Fox Valley. Quinn on to Ocala to swim the mile. See how he does this afternoon. Coming up, will be 1/5 of the way through. And up there in lane number 2 is Pendergraph, Josiah Pendergraph from Spartanburg, South Carolina. He's out 3:18.84. the 400 meters through, only about 3 seconds separating 9 of these athletes right now. 4 seconds separating the entire field. We'll check on Josiah's split time here as we head up to 1/3 of the way through. But Josiah Pendergraph leading early here in heat number 3. And Pendergraph pushes through 500-meter mark at 5:37.69. So he's about 6 seconds ahead of his personal best pace. For Josiah Pendergraph from Spartanburg, running second there. Ryan Whitlock from Phoenixville. Ryan, the 13-year-old, called a meet a few weeks ago. Ryan was well out in front of his peers up there in the Middle Atlantic swimming area. Phoenixville, beautiful town right outside of Philadelphia. Second now, Elliott Myers. Coach Ed's enjoying that push there on this second third. It's at 6:12, but it's still Pendergraph, only about 0.6 of a second. So Elliott Myers making his move along with Ryan Whitlock. Nate Gonzalez in there. Those are your top 4. As the field begins to separate a little bit. Through 600 now, it's Elliott Myers from Emmy Lions. Myers trying to take control here. And we'll see what his 50 split is. He's 33.67. Anybody else underneath that? Not at this time. So Elliott Myers stretching it out, heading up to the halfway mark. Elliott 7:53.77. Elliott from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Emmy Lions right outside of Cincinnati. Comes in with a best of 17:14.70. He was done here last year. And 7:50 through, so we are halfway through. And Myers at 8:27.43. A little over 9 seconds ahead of his pace from last year. Elliott Myers, see what he has here on the back half. Gonzalez and then Whitlock challenging each other. Also up there in lane 2 and 3, that's Pendergraph and Lane. Little racing going on there. Down here in lanes 8 and 9, we've got Bishop and Himmelhaber. All right, we are 600 meters to go, and then a 10:07, about 13 seconds ahead of that time from last year for Elliott Myers. He's going to go under 17:00 easily today if he keeps up this pace. In the second, Nate Gonzalez holding his own along with Ryan Whitlock. But Gonzalez starting to separate. Umley's Ethan Lane moving up a bit. We're pushing toward the 1,000 meter mark, which will take us 2/3 of the way through. As you can tell, I was a math major. Not. There we go. Here are 1,000 through at 11:15:21. How about that, Coach Ed? Over 14 seconds ahead of his personal best pace. We need a coach from Boyertown. Boyertown to the time trial table, please. Boyertown coach to the time trial table, please. Thank you. This is a very nice swim going on here for Elliott. Along with Nate Gonzalez having a good swim. Ryan Whitlock, Ethan Lane. Now moving up. Ethan Lane solidly in third right now. Myers at 12:22:24. There's 11:50 through. 18 seconds ahead of his personal best pace for Elliott Myers. Coach Ed has his hands in the air. Hamilton's Nate Gonzalez solidly in second. Umley's Ethan Lane in third, and Phoenixville's Ryan Whitlock holding down fourth. And now moving up down here in lane number 9 is Himmelhaber, also from Hamilton. Elliott Myers. We'll have 200 meters to go when his feet hit the pad down here at this starting block end. Myers already, we've got Lane looking like he's kicking it in. With 200 meters, a little over 200 meters to go, he kicked in. Lane from Umley solidly third. Gonzalez in second. Moving up down here in 9, Himmelhaber trying to chase down Ryan Whitlock. 13:50 through. For Myers at 15:09. Over 20 seconds ahead of his pace from his personal best, Elliott Myers. Can he get into that mid 16:50 mark? He's got a good shot. He goes through at 15:42. Can he get under the 16:50 market here? He's going to push for home. He's 33:15 for Elliott Myers. Give him a wave and a holler. All these swimmers coming up on their final 100 and into their final 50. Breaking through the 16:50 mark this afternoon here in Ocala. Less than 15 meters ago, Elliott Myers, Emmy Lyons. Hit that kick to the wall. He's going to do it. Wow, 16:47 right there for Myers. From Emmy Lyons. And a great swim followed up by Nate Gonzalez with the personal best. He's at below 17. How about that finish right there for a PB for Ethan Lane? And the 13-year-old Ryan Whitlock goes personal best time. Great swim, gentlemen. Followed up by Ryan Whitlock and then Ryan Walter. Again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for those milers there on the guys' side out of heat number 3. Great swimming, gentlemen. Heat 4 for the women, Madam Referee. Heat number 4 for the women. And lane number 1 from the Cheshire, Connecticut wise, Sophia Montalvo. Lane number 2 from Schneider is Allie Lakes. Lane number 3 from Yoda, Peyton McNutt. 4 from Yoda, Paige Schneider.
Out of lane number 5, she was 33rd in the 400 free from Lehigh, Gigi Langmaid. Lane number 6, 15th in the 4 IM, 27th in the 800 free from Fanwood Scotch Plains, Tessa G. Gennaro. Lane number 7, 35th in the 800, 29th in the 400 free from Cheshire, Isabel Hodum. And number 8 from Summit, Paige Patarazzi. And in lane number 10 from Lehigh, Laurel East Hartford, Connecticut, Ava Lavinge. Well, I could call her Ava Lavigne. Peyton McNutt out through 250 at 300, 7-2. McNutt through 300, followed by Patarazzi. And then Lakes. Lakes from Snyder. Now over to Paige Patarazzi at 453.46 through 400. Paige's best time just at a firecracker meet was 19:12.50. But she has the yard cut for the mile. We have her 1,500 meter time in here. Also back to Paige McNutt now. Not much separating these two athletes. Down here lane number 10, Ava Lavigne. So 1/3 of the way home.
Paderozzi, 7:23.90 going through there. About 9 seconds ahead of her personal best in this mile. As I mentioned, she had the short court cut coming in, so she'll get this qualifying cut today with this swim if she can hold on. So less than 100 meters to go to the halfway point. Senator Poole battling it out for the third spot. Also out here in lane number 10, you've got Schneider, Langmaid, and DeGennaro. And through 700 meters, heading up to the halfway mark. Coaches or assistant coaches, associate coaches, whoever may pick up your finalist bag tags at the help desk. Alamance, Greenwich, Kishwaukee, Lowe's, and West Morris. Alamance, Greenwich, Kishwaukee, Lowe's, and West Morris to the help desk, please, to pick up your finalist bag tags. Paige Paderozzi, she was through at 800 meters, 9:53.45, 15 seconds ahead of her best 1500 meter mark from last summer. Having a good swim. Now moving up, Tessa DeGennaro. Look at his chance to see Coach Chris's vertical leap again. Next to her, Langmaid, Schneider, McNutt, Lakes. They'll be battling it out right now, and that's third and fourth spots. Rossi will be coming up to the 900 meter mark. Comes in with that yard cut time, but she did do the 1500 meter last summer, well ahead of that pace. Here comes DeGennaro, trying to chase down Paderozzi. 600 meters to go. Schneider, then Lavinge. Gap is now closing. Great last 50 there. 36.95 for Tessa DeGennaro. Picking it up here on this, heading into the 1,000 meter mark. Then we'll have 1/3 more to go. DeGennaro is now your leader. Tessa from Famwood Scott playing through the 1,000-meter mark at 12:24. Once again, Coach Chris, this time he may have a 2.5-inch vertical leap. We'll see. Patarazzi now running second. Snyder now moving up on the second spot, but Tessa Di Gennaro she hits this turn wall. She'll have 400 meters to go. Gennaro splits through at 36.83. Anybody else going that fast? Not yet. 400 meters to go for Di Gennaro, followed by Patrozzi, and then Schneider. There we go. Now moving up down here in lane number 10, Lehigh's Ava Lavigier. Tessa Di Gennaro, 37.43. Followed by Ava, and then Paige Schneider. Still battling out for that 5th spot in this heat. And Hodem and Langmead. McNutt, Lakes. So through 12:50, 37.38, still out splitting the field. Tessa Di Gennaro kicking it in a little bit, trying to get that 6-beater going here with 200 meters to go after this turn. Wow, there's a 37.04. Anybody else showing any of that speed? Not quite. But Di Gennaro now pulling away from the field consistently through these last 6:50s. Ava's still running second. So 150 to go here in heat number 4 for the women. Tessa was 15th in the 4 IM, 27th in the 800 free. Will she move up a bit in the mile? This is a pretty good swim here. 3 heats into this afternoon. Bell lap. Got to show the speed now. Here we go.
Tessa through at 7:22, 37.00. Can we see anything under 37 on these last two 50s? Still out splitting the field. Trying to get below that 1840. .37. She looks like she'll make it. She's got to kick it in. Got to go. 6 beats. Let's go. Tessa Gennaro, followed by Levinge, and then Paige Schneider. .15 meters to go for Gennaro. Look at this swim, coach. Great job. Famwood Scotch Plains Tessa Gennaro down here in 10. Levigne trying to hold on, and she does. Wow, not much separation, 1600ths of a second between Levigne and Schneider coming out of there, and Paige Padarozzi finishes up 4th. And then Hodom, a great swim. I see the Ryans have their poolside seats all set up for this next one. Heat number 4 for the men, Mr. Referee. Out of heat number 4 this afternoon for the men's 1500 meter freestyle. Lane number 1 from Wyckoff, 27th in the 800, Chris Matthey. Lane number 2 from Lakeland Hills, Justin Flynn. Lane number 3 was 30th in the 800, 26th in the 4IM. He's undecided from Ridley, Ian Ryan. Lane number 4 from South YMCA, Pete Litke. Lane number 5, 5th in the 200 fly, 12th in the 4IM from Rapid Area, Bobby Holter. Lane number 6 from Upper Palmetto, Ashton Medlin. 7 from Upper Main Line, Grant Dotero. Out of lane number 8 from the Chambersburg YMCA Chargers, Brett Boyer. Lane number 9 from York and York County, Max Mastromadio. And in lane number 10 from Springfield, Griffin Lawton. Jumping out early up there in lane number 1, Chris Matthey from Wyckoff. Thank you, Wyckoff, for some shirts. He's at 209.33 is Matthey. 200 in. Wyckoff Sharks.
Matthew comes in with that 17:53 from last year. It's July at the July Heat Wave meet in New Jersey. He's your early leader, will be 1/5 of the way through as Massey swims through the 300. And he's 7 seconds ahead of that swim from last summer. Center of the pool. In second, Bobby Holter. Holter had a nice 200 fly on night number 1. He was 5th in that event. And then he B-finaled in the 4 IM and finished 12th. From Rapid area. Matthew Holter. Down here in lane number 7, Grant Totero from Upper Main Line. That's your 1, 2, 3 through 400 meters. 1,100 to go for our leaders. Keep an eye on Chris Matthew up there in lane number 1, still maintaining the lead through 500 meters, 1/3 of the way through here in heat number 4. 5:36.96 going through. 13 seconds ahead of that 17:53 pace. Keeps this up in a low 17s. And finishes it up at this pace. See where the 50s are. Anybody gaining on Matthew or Holter? Matthew at 35.95. There's Bobby Holter. Picked up 0.2 of a second on Chris Matthew. In third now, Grant Totero from Umley. Through it, 34.35, so he outsplits Holter there with 900 meters to go. He's still putting a little more distance between himself right now and Bobby Holter. No one else in the 34s at this point. So he and Holter holding those 34s as they move up on the 700 meter mark. 34s for Matthew. And 9/100s quicker there with Bobby Holder as they head to the halfway turn. Holter's turnover in good shape. They head up there. And DeTero from Umley running third. We've seen a lot of Umley swimmers back half these distance races, even the 400 and the 200s. They seem to work themselves through on the back half. Holter still picking up a bit. Bobby Holter. Rapid area raise. Grand Rapids, Michigan. A little over halfway through this heat. Bobby Holder's 1,500-meter freestyle entry time, best from a couple of years ago, 17:27.66. Let's see where he has progressed to at this point. Holder 8:50 through at 9:42.42. About 11.5 seconds ahead of that personal best pace for Bobby Holter. Can he chase down Chris Matthew? And also taking a look here at Umley's Grant DeTero. Still running third. Fourth is Justin Flynn, and then Ashton Medley. In the 35s now, but Botero is out splitting the field. Trying to move up on Chris Matthew there. And up on Bobby Holter. He's running the solid third. Holder up a little bit. Chris Matthew trying to check into another gear here. As these guys have pushed their way through the 1,000 mark, 2/3 of the way home. Can Holder switch gears here? His turnover is rapid. Not surprisingly from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Holter, he's at 34.51 on that last 100. He's picked up almost 0.7 of a second on our leader, Chris Matthew, out there in lane number 1. Ian Ryan inching his way up now. Trying to taste down Max Mastrel Matteo. Bobby Holder. Rapid Area, Michigan, trying to chase down Chris Matthew. Chris is looking over the rope. I think he sees the black cap in the center of the pool. 300 to go. Not much separating these two now. 34 hundredths of a second. Our two leaders, Matthew and Holter. Totero from Umley holding a solid third right now. Totero's got to get down in those low 34s. Easy for me to say. Still Matthew, 11 100ths of a second. Separating Matthew and Holter. All right, as I mentioned, Holter's top time, 17:27.66. They're coming up to a 1,300 meter mark. Very steady through this mile. Matthew's checking him out over the ropes. And it is a leadership exchange right there through 1,300 meters. 14:52.77. Trying to get down below that 17:10 mark if they can. Chris Matthew also well below his seed time pace. Who's going to finish here in this last 150? Matthew now about 0.8 of a second ahead or behind Holter. So Holter, your leader. 125 meters to go. Bell lap. Holter, Matthew, who's going to kick it in this next gear? Where's the 6 beats? We got to get it going. Totero, third. $50 to go. Bobby Holder, Chris Matthew. We have a race here. Little over a second separating those two athletes. Matthew kicking it into gear now. Looking over the rope, sees the black cap, center of the pool. Saved it up there, and looks like Chris Matthew under the flags first, and it will be Chris Matthew, Wyckoff going 17:06, followed by Bobby Holder, a couple of personal bests by a lot. And Grant Totero finishing up here. There's Grant with the PB at 17:21. Ian Ryan making his move. And there we go, finishing up fourth, Flynn. And Medley, Boyer, Ryan. Great swim, gentlemen, followed by Litke, Lofton. How about that? That was a great race, gentlemen. Miss Matthew out there in lane number 1. That last 50 coming home in 31:05. Don't see any other 31s up there. 32:07 for Ian Ryan. All right, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for those milers out of heat number 4 on the men's side. Great job. Heat 5 for the women, Madam Referee. Heat number 5 for the women. 1500-meter freestyle is in the water at a lane number 4 from New Canaan, Connecticut. Lila Rodolfi. Lane number 5 from Pal Crosley, 17th in the 800. 24th in the 400 free from Lauren Klosterman. And in lane number 6 from West Morris, Ashley McDonald. 1,400 meters to go, a little less than that for these athletes here on a Saturday afternoon in Ocala, Y Nationals. Once again, welcome to anybody who's listening to our stream. Takeitlive does a great job producing on the video and audio side for us. over 300 meters. Lauren Klosterman, Pal Crosley Junior Tiger Shark. She was 3:42.71. Best 1500 meter time was 18:37.14 back last year. But she made the 16:50 short court yard cut. And Klosterman moving up to the 400 meter mark with McDonald and Rodolfi running 2-3. Klosterman going to move out ahead here at the 500 meter mark, 1/3 of the way through at 16:12.77. All three of these athletes within 1 second of each other on the short course yard, 16:50 entry time. So 900 meters to go. Lauren Klosterman through 600. Just about on her pace from last year's metric mile time. Almost halfway there. 50 meters to go until we get to 750. But Klosterman out in front by McDonald and Rodolfi. one halfway through. Only 5/100ths of a second off of her personal best in the mile, the metric mile. So there seems to be looking at a back half situation here. So very even, 5/100ths, just about that same time as she had a year ago. And we'll see if Lauren Klosterman will pick up the pace. Let's take a look at her splits and 50s as she makes her way through this next 250. So in the 37s, low 37s, got to keep it there. And McDonald, she splits out at 38.68. Rodolfo, she'll come in at 40.01. Needs to pick up that pace a little bit. .650 to go. There's your 36.81. Take a look at the 900-meter mark here. Lauren Klosterman working her way through. Through 900 at 11:09, she's now ahead of her pace from a year ago. So headed for her best 1,500 meters. Got to pick it up a little bit. Make sure she gets that qualifying time on the long course meters time. As does McDonald and Rodolfi here in our final heat for this afternoon. We know our top seeded heat is tonight. First event off tonight will be number 1 on the women's side for the 1,500 meter freestyle. And coming up on the 1,000 meter mark. Staying in those high 36s, Lauren Klosterman. She'll be through at the 1,000 meter mark. Splits 36.94. Got to stay in there. 12:30, 12:23.51. It's about a second and a half ahead of her personal best in the mile. And McDonald through at 12:43, 38.27 right there. And Rodolfi goes through at 13:02, maintaining those 40s. Down below that 37 for Lauren Klosterman. And Klosterman at 36.85. Can she maintain this 36 going back down there? 400 meters to go, a little less than that. For Lauren Klosterman, got to be in those 36s as she splits through there at 1,100 meters at 13:37. About 2 seconds ahead of her pace, so she's picking it up a little bit. Each 50 against her personal best splits in the mile. All right, heading back for home now. Got to be back down in those 36s again for Lauren Klosterman. Still about 2 seconds ahead of her pace. A PB pace, Lauren Klosterman. McDonald in there, 37.99. That's a good sign. There she goes. Lauren Klosterman through 1,200 meters at 14:51, 37.22. Got to pick it up a bit. She's at 14:51.89. About 2.5 seconds ahead of her personal best. Well, 200 meters to go for Lauren Klosterman. She's working her way through here. Correct the splits here. Getting into that 36 mark. All right, resetting that pad up there. Klosterman 16:07:01. Just about 2 seconds, maintaining that 2-second margin. McDonald still running second. Adolphe third. Adolphe under the 40 now. McDonald in the 38s. All right, there's a 37.82, so that's an accurate split. 16:44. We're going to have the bell lap coming up here at this turn end. Starting block area for Lauren Klosterman. This is the final heat for the women this afternoon. And Lauren does take the bell lap, and here she goes. All right, Lauren, kick it in. Kick it in, ladies. That 6-beat kick's got to get going. 37.49 at 17:22. Then we get below that 18:35 mark. Last lap there for Ashley McDonald now going through at the 1,400 meter mark. And we're on our final lap for Rodolphe. Here she goes, Klosterman. And she get below that 18:35, head down, get to the wall, here we go. Just at it, there's your personal best swim of an 18:35.23, Lauren. Nice swim. And you can smile after the mile. McDonald coming in here. Yard cuts, Ashley McDonald for West Morris. And a good swim right there, coming home at 36.16 with some energy. 19:04. All right, Leila, here we go.
Final 15 meters, gotta move. Layla Rodolfi from New Canaan. Let's get her in there under 19:35, and there it is. Great job, ladies. Nice swim. Next up, heat number 5 for the men. Mr. Referee. This is heat number 5 at 6 for the men. 1500 meter freestyle. Out of lane number 1 from the YMCA of the Jersey Shore, Justin Vaj. On lane number 2, 34th to the 4 IM, 36th to the 400 free from Ridley, Braden Saunders. Lane number 3, 33rd in the 800 free from Fanwood Scotch Plains, Terry Gould. Lane number 4, our top yard seed coming in at 11th in the 800 free from Boyertown, Max Grande. Lane number 5 from Cheshire, Connecticut, Aiden Nottingham. 6 from Rapid Area, Jackson Roman. Lane number 7, 34th in the 400 free from Yoda, Aiden Gajowski. Lane number 8 from Greater Spartanburg, Thompson Hoff. 9 from the YMCA of the Jersey Shore, 27th to the 2 fly, 21st in the 800, 25th to the 200 free, and 15th to the 400 free, Brady Slater. And out of lane number 10, 25th in the 800, 19th in the 400 free. From Powell Crosley Jr., the Tiger Sharks, Andrew Williams. Max Grande's top time in the metric mile, 18:12:16, May of 2025. He does have this bonus short course 16:50 time in for this seed. And Grande will work his way up 1/5 of the way through. Max Grande is 33.72 right there, out splitting the rest of the field. So Grande at 3:16:07 through 300. Well, he's already 16 seconds ahead of that personal best 1500, which didn't match up to the qualifying time. Grande going to try to maintain these 33s, I believe, throughout.
Grande up into the 34s now. Kind of settling in there. Slater and Andrews running second, Slater, Williams, with Williams running second. Slater third. Kajowski fourth. Max Grande from Boyertown, Pennsylvania, a little east of Reading. I think Boyertown might be in Montgomery County, but right on the edge of Berks County. Grande back down in the 33s, out splitting the field. Well, now moving up, Slater 33.89. So Grande at 5:31.56, pushing through the 500-meter mark, 1:30 the way through. 27 seconds ahead of that seed time. All right, 34.00. Grande. Williams and Slater battling it out down here in 9 and 10. We've seen that several times this afternoon between some athletes right up against each other in adjacent lanes. Max Grande through 700 meters, 50 to go to the halfway mark. He's at 33.85. He'll be on the back half in about 25 meters from now. And down here, we've got a race going on. Heading into the back half, it'll be Slater and Williams. Williams leading Slater by less than a second there. Grande through the halfway mark at 8:21.70. We're 38 seconds ahead of that pace from his last metric mile time. Williams trying to pull away here from Slater a little bit. Pal Crossley's and the Jersey Shore athletes. Fourth Yoda with Kajowski. And they're racing in the center of the pole lanes 5 and 6 with Nottingham and Roman. Owen Miller, if you're in the natatorium or pool area, stop by the announcer's table. Owen Miller, Upper Perkiomen. Stop by the announcer's table. We have something for you. Owen Miller, Upper Perk. If you're in the natatorium, stop by. Grande throw 900 meters at 10:04.13. These times this is a time final event, as you know, so these times possibly can count as we move up into tonight's top 10 seeded swimmers. Top 20 do score. All right, we're moving up on the 1,000-meter mark. Grande and Slater now out splitting the field out here in lane number 9, but Williams running second. .34.06 for Grande. Pretty good split right there through the 1,000-meter mark on that last 50. Let's see where he is now. He'll be headed back down, trying to get down after this last third of our metric mile. Will Grande be able to kick it into another gear and get down into the 33s? Slater Williams battling here. There he is, he's kicking it in now. 33.92 for Max Grande. Grande about a minute ahead of that personal best he had in the metric mile last summer. A lot of training and hard work going into this swim right now here on Saturday, day number 5. Grande's had a big week. Did finish 11th in the 800. And Pal Crosley's Andrew Williams, 25th in the 800, 19th in the 4 free, working himself through this metric mile, followed by Brady Slater, Jersey Shore. Brady's had a big week, 200 free, 400 free, 800 free, 2 fly. And Grande, hold on here, 34.09. Let's get back down into those 33s at 14.03. With 2:50 to go. Can he be in the low 17s today on a finish? Grande headed for that type of time, as are our 2 athletes out here in 9 and 10, Slater and Andrew. Slater now picking it up. Look at that, 33.09 right there on that last 50 for Brady Slater from Jersey Shore. Grande. He'll be coming back after this turn
Trying to take that bell lap. And keep your eye on Slater now, picking up the pace. Slater 34.01. Galloping, does he have enough water to get there? I don't know, but I'll tell you, pretty good race here going on by Brady Slater. Coach Shishino jumping up and down, 1.5 inch vertical leap. And it's Grande taking the bell lap, 15:44.96. He's going to be under, could be under that 17 mark. He's got to finish up. He's going to be well under that. Slater also headed for around the 17 mark. Pushing for a home now. 33-31 going down there for Max Grande. He's well under the 17. Can he get into the mid 1650s? Here we come up on the 15-meter mark. Grande, Slater, Williams. He's going to be right around 1650, puts the head down. Boom, right there, 16:15.29 for Max Grande. Big time personal best. Just over that 17-minute mark by Slater. And another PB there, and Williams comes in at 17:06. How about that? Great swim there for our top three. Followed up by Gajowski, finishing up in 4th, and Brayton Saunders up in 2. Nice swim. All right, great job, gentlemen. Put your hands together for those milers out of heat number 5. Great effort. Heat 6 for the men, Mr. Referee. Final heat. Once again, time trials will begin approximately 5 minutes after this heat has been completed. Time trials for this afternoon will take place in approximately 5 minutes after this heat has been completed. And here we go in heat number 6 for the men. Our 9th heat this afternoon, combining the women and the men. Talon Green out of lane number 1 from Lakeland Hills. Braden Marini, YMCA of the North Shore, is in 2. Weston Canty, 32nd in the 200 fly from Upper Palmetto. He's in lane number 3. Out of lane number 4 from Kennett area YMCA, Ryan Reynolds. Lane number 5 from R.C. Durr Family YMCA, Brody Parsons. Lane number 6 from the Pal Crosley Junior Tiger Sharks, Corbin Potter. Lane 7 from Chambersburg YMCA, Tristan Wright. Lane number 8, swimming the D final, the 400 IM from Greater Somerset County, Ben Blagov. Lane number 9, D final in the 200 back in the 400 IM from Lakeland Hills, Will Dyer. Lane number 10, 20th in the 2 fly, 23rd in the 800, 28th in the 4 IM, and D final in the 400 free from Lakeland Hills, Cullen Dickey. And that's your field here in our final heat of the men's 1500 meter freestyle. Cullen Dickey and his training partner and teammate Will Dyer out here in lanes 9 and 10, leading the way through the 300 meter mark. 1/3 of the way, or 1/5 of the way through. So Dickey going through now at the 400 meter mark. These boys are doing a little bit of racing out here in lanes 9 and 10. In the middle of the pool, on lane number 6, that's Corbin Potter, Pal Crosley Junior Tiger Sharks. On his left out of lane number 7, Tristan Wright, Chambersburg YMCA Chargers, South Central Pennsylvania. Lakeland Hills, Mountain Lakes, New Jersey. Of 287, that part of Central New Jersey. Beautiful area. They say mountains, they say lakes, they say Lakeland Hills. A couple of groups starting to form together here through 500 meters. It's Dickey, 6/10 ahead of Dyer. And you've got the group of Potter, Wright, and Parsons. Parsons, Reynolds, and Canty. And then up there in lanes 1 and 2. We got some racing going on between Green and Marini. Once again, time trials will start approximately 5 minutes after this metric mile heat has been completed.
900 meters to go for our lead group, Dickey and Dyer. Then we've got Wright and Potter, Parsons, Canty, and Reynolds in a group. Blago and Green and Marini settling into their races. I wonder if these guys do this every day in practice. Dickey and Dyer. Wright and Potter. And then the next group, Parsons, Reynolds, and Canty. We are past the halfway mark for the field. Through 800 meters, not much separating this group, 47 hundredths of a second. Cullen Dickey ahead of his training partner and teammate Will Dyer. And in the next group, we've got Potter and Wright. Only about 27 hundredths of a second separating those two. And that other group up there, trying to join them, trying to move up Talon Green from Lakeland Hills on the other side. He's trying to move up to join that. Parsons, Reynolds, and Canty group. Look at these two guys down here at 9 and 10. Dickey gets his feet over first. 12 100ths of a second separating these two with 600 meters to go. All right, little separation for Corbin Potter at that time, going 34-12. And that last 50 split. And then we've got that next group. Danny Reynolds and Parsons. These guys are racing. A couple of groups tightly together. They're 3/10 of a second we're separating Dickey and Dyer. Dyer trying to outsplit Dickey at some point. Colin Dickey still outsplitting his training partner and teammate. Now trying to kick away a little bit through 1,500 meters to go, a little less. In the third, solidly, Corbin Potter At 11:28.62 for Corbin. 1,000 meters through for the Powell Crossley Jr. Tiger Shark. Touchpad issue down there with the lap counter. Hitting the pad a little early. Dickey now trying to kick it in a little bit. Not much happening there. Good solid swims going on here with Dickey and Dyer. Well, they're separating themselves from the field right there. About 350 meters to go here in this final heat. This race right here with Colin Dickey, training partner of Will Dyer. Dickey picks up 0.14 of a second on that last 50. 0.68 of a second lead now for Colin Dickey. Still separating themselves from the rest of the field with those 34 splits there. Get your coach of the meet ballot. Coaches, coach of the meet ballot has to be turned in before the end of this heat. Well, these guys are racing still. Dickey trying to stretch it out a little bit. They'll have 200 meters to go here in this final heat this afternoon. He picks up 9/100ths of a second on that last 50. 14:46 is on the board right there. 93/100ths of a second separating these two athletes. Potter in a solid third, running fourth, Tristan Wright. Now battling it out in lane 4 and 3. We've got Reynolds and Canty. 5th and 6th right now. Colin Dickey, pretty good split right there, 33.88 for Dickey. Let's see the leg action coming off this wall. Colin Dickey out here in lane number 10. There's a little bit of a splash almost onto the table. Here we go. Bell lap, final heat. Colin Dickey. Now moving out, splitting 33.46. Hasn't even kicked it in fully yet. Final lap for Corbin Potter and Tristan Wright. Bit of a race going on up there. Kenneth Jennersville Reynolds and Weston Canty from Upper Palmetto. Who's got that speed at the end? Trying to move up. Brody Parsons from RC Durr.
And we're racing to the finish right here. Cullen Dickey going to have a real nice posted time here out of our final heat this afternoon. Old-time coaches wishing there was a 200 fly to swim early tonight, but here we go. It'll be Cullen Dickey, 16:59. How about that, getting through the 17-minute mark. Followed by Will Dyer, couple of personal best swims right there. Pal Crosley Jr., the Tiger Shark, Corbin Potter finishes up at 17:15.60. Racing right there. Here comes Tristan Wright, who's going to get that 5th spot, and it will be Ryan Reynolds, followed by Weston Canty. All right, guys, great job, everybody on the miles. How about a big round of applause for our milers today? Finishing up here in this final heat. We're going to begin our time trial session in 5 minutes. There's a 5-minute warm-up in the competition pool. Sprint lanes 2 and 9. 2 and 9 are your sprint lanes when you're ready. Have a good time this afternoon at the time trials.
All right, it is 1:40. We will begin our first race at 1:45. Again, pool is open for warm-ups for 5 minutes. Lanes 2 and 9 are sprint lanes. 5-minute warm-up.